Okay, we are back once again. This time for more Ace Attorney Investigations collection, where we basically just dedicated ourselves entirely to completing the. Actually, have I done this? Oh no. Oh, it's still got 4 days. Never mind. Never mind. It's still got some time. We basically just dedicated ourselves to starting the previous case from the very beginning. So we'll probably be able to maybe finish it today, and then also maybe get into the last one. Yeah, that's the plan. The plan is Ace Attorney. Assuming that everything's working, which, again, for some reason OBS is just... What is going on with my notifications today? OBS is just like, hey, like, nothing's going to, like, tell you that you're streaming for the next 5 minutes, even though I'm live, so I've got to basically, like, wait around for it to make sure everything's fine, so... Now it's, like, appearing, that's weird. Welcome in, Organic Nostalgia, how are you doing today? Hope all is well. Thank you for stopping by. We are, in the thick of it in this, this case. How do I put this? Basically, one of the characters... I've been doing well, my voice sounds, doesn't sound as loud today. I don't know if I don't think I'm getting sick. I don't feel sick. I mean, maybe it was... I didn't stream yesterday, so it's like, why would my voice not be rested? I hope that I'm not getting sick. It just sounds different. Maybe it is all the voice acting stuff that I've been doing for this, this game. It takes its toll, but, I appreciate the kind words. This case has been very, very good. It started off a bit rough, and... Have you thought about getting sound blow? What is that? I have no idea what that... Oh, sound blocker? No, it's not about blocking sound, it's more so just like my voice... I can feel in my throat that my voice doesn't sound the same than it does every other day that I stream. That's basically what it's there for, yeah. It's not that I need to block sound out, I probably could do something like that, but I also just haven't been, like, super... So maybe there is some... yeah, I mean, we're heading into... For me, I'm heading into spring, so... We're heading into spring here, as opposed to... Well, we're exiting winter, heading into spring, because remember, it's the opposite, it's the opposite side of the... Everything's the opposite side of the world here. So, we're on the way to, coming out of winter on our way back to spring, so... As opposed to, the opposite side of the world, which is what they're going from summer to autumn weather, so maybe it's like a, you know, it's a good transition, but at the same time, like, it can also be just like, this season for me would normally be bad. Like a few years ago, before I was starting to stream, it would have been really bad, just purely because I used to get really bad hay fever, so I'd be sneezing all over the place, I'd be, my eyes would be red and sore, and itchy all the time. Just a lot would have been, happening, and it's just... It's not nearly as bad as what it could be, and especially since I'm streaming, I would not want to be sick while streaming. That's just the absolute dirt worst thing. But yeah, this case has been very, very wacky. Basically, our side character got what looked like pushed off of a building. They got amnesia. They had a whole bunch of like evidence on them. Miles was supposed to be going to get his badge. You felt that on a spiritual level? Yeah. Oh, thank you, Movie Critic, for the resub, the 4-month resub. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you very much for the resub. Hope all is well. Thanks for stopping by. Hope that you're enjoying, enjoying Size Matters. But just kind of just sitting and chilling right now because I wanted to make sure OBS was working, and also I like to recap every previous case before we do it and just chat, and even if we're spending it in just the main menu, I'd rather just do that than do nothing, right? So, Miles basically was going to get his badge taken away. Yeah, Size Matters was fun and well needed after Dying Light 2. I definitely agree. I didn't even realize that. I knew that that particular collectible was a missable one, but I thought that you had gotten that one out of the way. Because I remember seeing it in multiple guides about that one being mentioned. However, I wasn't paying attention to the main mission, so I don't know where that one collectible came from and why it was like that, but I felt bad thinking that I didn't pick up on it sooner. I actually thought you already had it. And what's really bad is like it's just like for me to find what I was looking for that, I had to look up the individual collectible, and then I had to go and actually just look. I just decided let's just look at what all the maps were. You know, I decided to click on all the map collectibles, and sure enough, that was the one that I mentioned. Like, that was the one that it mentioned. It mentioned that, and I just don't get it. I don't get it at all. I don't know why they did what they did, but, I just hope that, like, if you do end up returning to it for something, that you just, I don't even know if you would return to it at this point. I feel like it's just too frustrating. I can't even, like, break down how I would even do that platinum if I was doing that. Just because, there's so many guides that have so many different things on them, and it's like, I think I would be, I would probably, my brain would probably just melt. There's too many collectibles. And I can only do so much. Like, it's already hard enough for me to stream. It's already hard enough for me to stream and do stuff with my own game. And manage a chat and manage stream stuff and making sure that I'm checking things and doing all these other individual things, and then yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. A lot's been happening, and a lot's happened, I guess. Well, not a lot's happened. I've just been in a big rush today, and I kind of just wanted to take time from stream to just like chat for a bit and just go through what we're doing. Obviously, the rest of this week. What is today? Today's Friday, isn't it, for me? So if we stream tomorrow, it'll be Personified with Alice, and that'll be a nice chill stream. I don't have to do too much with that. We might come back and play this on Sunday. Monday will be Rivals, and then we might start a new game this week, actually. We might do a new game next week, because we're at the end of Case 4 now, so I think we can finish this game this week. We might do Princess Peach, the rest of that, next week. and then we can start a new game. So, what, mid-September we'll start on our Switch games again? Well, newish game. I already played Princess Peach once, but I need to go back and play the collectibles. Get all the collectibles again, so I might try and do that for a couple of streams. And then new games coming up are gonna be, Donkey Kong Country Returns, the HD version on the Switch. Then I'm gonna play, Luigi's Mansion 2. I have not played Luigi's Mansion 2. I've got Luigi's Mansion 3, but I had never finished it. But I will be doing, be playing Fire Emblem Engage. I could never get into the Fire Emblem games. Yes, I've seen a lot of stuff for, but I feel like I have too many RPGs. I've got too many RPGs. Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, Claire Obscura, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, God of War Ragnarok, Persona games. I feel like if I buy every single RPG, I'm gonna never get through my backlog. There's way too many. Zero Ninja, welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. Hope all is well. We're just chatting right now, because I need to calm my brain down after a little bit. There's just been a lot of stuff. Just a lot of, too many RPGs. Not that it's necessarily a bad thing, but also just like, it's still it's a good thing, but it's a bad thing at the same time. Like, I love me a good 200-hour RPG, but at the same time, it's a 200-hour RPG. It takes me 200 hours to finish, and it means that game's gonna take a long time. So I do have some plans, to go through when it comes to this, I guess. But, yeah, basically the synopsis of this case is, Tron Double Bill is coming? Is that the... Are they doing the original Tron and Legacy, or are they doing Aeris as well? But yeah, basically the premise of the case that we're currently doing at the moment is pretty much Legacy and Aeris. Okay, so they're not doing the original. That's 3 times that I've seen Toxapex in PokeCatch. Miles was going to get his badge confiscated. After Miles' badge got confiscated, we ended up going to the Prosecutorial Excellence Chamber where someone was murdered. Von Karma's daughter was there. She got us the ability to be able to investigate. You seated 100% for that, yeah. I keep getting Tron Aeris ads, but that's because Twitch are advertising it specifically today. Basically... we investigated the murder. They tried to blame Kay for it because there was stuff that was connecting them both together. And we obviously got them off of that. And then we gave up our Prosecutor's badge because the committee themselves were just extremely corrupt. We got introduced to Eustace's father, who's basically the most corrupt person you could ever think of. At least in these, and that says a lot in these games. We gave up our Prosecutor's badge, Kay ran away, we found her, we investigated ourselves, we ended up uncovering a undercover storage room / auction house / evidence thing where basically evidence from the past cases. Got you tabbed, you're locked in right now, hope the game goes well though. Thanks for stopping in. Hope that Silk Song still continues to be good. It looks like it's a lot of fun, but I cannot handle Souls-like games. Thank you for stopping by. We're just chilling at the moment because I feel like my brain is fried and I need to make sure everything's working. That's why I just decided, let's just light up stream and talk while I'm doing this. We uncovered an underground auction house for evidence, and basically they drive you crazy as well, yeah. I mean, I like to watch people play them, but I cannot handle them myself. It's too much for me. We got reconnected with Lotterheart, who's obviously the reporter from a lot of the previous games. And she didn't collect any evidence, so that's a bit unfortunate there. Emma was there as well. We got to reintroduce Emma. We did a whole bunch of stuff with, and we finally got to use the luminol. We finally got to use a lot of the stuff as usual. Then Francisca tried to blame it on, yeah, I can't lock in. Like, I cannot do... I cannot do Souls games. I tried playing World of Fallen Dynasty on stream, I enjoyed it, and then I got to the Lu Bu fight, and I'm like, I'm done. I can't beat this. I just can't beat this. It's way too difficult. And I know that people say it's like a risk and reward, and like, it's satisfying to go and beat a boss, but to me, it's not satisfying. Like, to me, it's not, okay, if I dedicate 5 hours to a fight, and it's fair difficulty, and it actually has some parts that are hard, like, I'm fine with that. If it's like 8 hours on a boss where it's just nothing but dying constantly over and over and over and over and over again, I'm not satisfied by the end of it by beating it, because it's like I spent a whole day essentially just playing it. When am I going to do Evil West on Evil? Probably, I don't know. I don't think I could do that. I don't think I have the sanity. Yeah, I watched the bow only. No. I watched your. Was that the bow only? Yeah, it was the bow only one. I think that was one of the first streams that I saw you doing. Was the Dark Souls? I think it was Dark Souls 3 bow. I think I remember you doing that. That might have been one of the first streams that I had seen of you doing stuff. That's what my mentality usually is. If I can do it, you can do it. That's basically me with Platinums, but I also... Yeah, that's the one thing that's weird with Souls games, is like certain gimmick fights, well not gimmick fights, but when people do challenge runs, they discover interesting things, like using a bow for some reason allows like certain bosses to be easier, but then the easiest bosses are harder. It's like, I really don't get it. Then basically everyone got arrested again. We had a big giant confrontation with Excelsius, who basically just straight up admitted to being the person who was framing the evidence. Framing up all the evidence, he arrested Kay on purpose. He did a whole bunch of other stuff. And we are trying to break that down at the moment. Basically, we are now in the hearing. We're in the hearing for Miles's trial of him getting his Prosecutor's badge back, or taken away, but I guess in that instance we're going to then expose the truth of what happened. So we're going to have to get Kay off, and we're going to have to convince them that someone else has done been the perpetrator. So that's basically what we're up to at the moment. I think OBS should be working now. Everything should be working on OBS's side. I don't think there's any other things I really need to check, because I've given it like 20 minutes, which is long enough for me being in this screen. I don't want to bore everyone. I think that's it. That's all good. I don't even remember where we're up to yet, so I've got to keep an eye on trophies as well, so I'll do that now. I can't remember where I'm up to. I think I'm... Am I in the middle of a chapter part here? Yeah, I think everything's done though. I've That's been closed, that all works. Hang on, that's working. Yeah, that's all working too. No lag drops, no dropped frames, no other stuff. You can't wait for the third viewing of Caught Stealing after that ended with a good KFC meal. Yeah, you need a break. Take the break, enjoy a movie, have a good dinner, and just like relax. Don't let anything like affect your experience otherwise. Just do all that, because it is frustrating, but at the same time, like, you came so very close, and I think, like, maybe the multiple times, like, of doing it in quick succession is what eventually led you to, having the burnout with the game. Like, I want you to do it, but at the same time, I want you to get there, but at the same time, I want you to, like, not overexert overexert yourself when it comes to the playthrough and stuff. Yeah, so that was done, and then that was all done as well. I think everything's done. I was just in a bit of a rush today. Getting everything ready was a bit of a mess. And I still feel a bit flustered. I keep thinking I'm forgetting something. Oh, that's what I'm forgetting. The subathon goals. I forgot about that. There is a subathon planned on the 21st of September. If anyone wants to see the subathon goals for that, we will be doing that. They are subject to change if anyone comes up with any new ideas, but basically, like, I will wear a Pikachu onesie for a month. If I get 3 subs. 6 subs will be Pineapple Pizza Redeem. I'm sure movie critics excited about that one. Pokemon tier list at 9 subs with my sister. She wanted to do Pokemon content, so I figured, hey, I'll add that to there. People like to have her on stream, so we'll do we will do a favorite Pokemon tier list for myself on stream. She has a really good app for that. 12 subs will be an AMA, which I might do more regularly because I just like the idea of answering questions, like short little streams. Discord movie night at 15 subs, which may be a regular thing if I can find some more time. It might be a little bit more thing. Chat will pick a game for me at 18 subs. 21 subs Pokemon Special Pass with Allison. 24 karaoke stream. I can't believe I even put this on our thing. 27 subs will be a Nuzlocke of Allison's choosing. She might actually do, you know what? She agreed to do a Nuzlocke. I reckon we get her to do one of I reckon we get her to do Scarlet, maybe. Scarlet or Violet. And then I will wear the Pikachu onesie for the rest of the year at 30 subs. You don't have anything else to play. Sure, why not? But for now, I need to finish it. Yeah, exactly. Like, just use that mentality. That's the best way to look at it. Don't stress too much. Look at your backlog and just be like, hey, like, why am I focusing on one game when I have all these other games to finish? And if it's going to make you frustrated, then just space it out. Come back to it after months, if you have to. Weeks, months, years, who knows? Just come back to it whenever you feel like you want to do it. Because you're not that far off. You've been making, even though you made the mistakes a few times, like, you have been making progress with that actual, you've been making progress with that actual title. Like, you had 30 collectibles left, and then you even told me today you had, like, you got about 7 or 8 collectibles. That's already 7 or 8 less than you have to get the next time. And yes, it's frustrating to have to redo it, but, now we know. Now we know about that particular thing. Okay, I think I'm settled in. I know that I spent like the first 25 minutes of the stream just talking, but I really just needed to set up. I really needed to just talk and just calm my mind down and just make sure that everything is done correctly, because I usually have very specific ways of doing things, and sometimes I just get a little bit distracted and a little bit off course, and sometimes it affects my stream, sometimes it affects other streams. Yeah. it's important to talk about these things in case, things happen, but... Yeah. I think we should just get started, right? Let's see if we can finish this case. I don't know if we will, but, hopefully we can make some progress. Yeah, and you'll get the 90k distance doing the DLCs. You'll get the 90k distance. Even if you don't get the 90k distance done, you can do that while doing other stuff. So if you're, you can just have the game running, like have the character running around and just not, and be doing something else as a distraction. But I think everything else is fine. I keep repeating myself, sorry, but it's all done there. Yeah, let's just get into it. I think I've already gone over everything that I need to go. I mean, refusing to accept her confession is tantamount to her calling her a liar, no? Doom Part 3 promotions officially started? Yeah. What did you say? If looks could kill, dear boy. I'm not gonna find any contradiction in a testimony like that. And he seems to think he's already won, but he just maybe I can use that against him. Okay. So, I think now we, where are we up to? That was the end of the... Okay, this is where we are. Never mind. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to press the fourth statement. Actually, how are we doing trophy-wise? Has June Part 3 wrapped up filming yet? I wonder. How far are we in trophies? What have we got left? So, trophy-wise, we only have to... these are completing the game, so that's 3. This is Chapter 5, this one that's missing is Chapter 5, and then this one down here is also Chapter 5. So we pretty much only have 1 trophy for completing this chapter, and then 2 trophies for optional trophies in Case 5, and then we're done. Then we just finish the game. You don't think so? Yeah. So we want to press statement number 4. This is the one that we missed. Let me just check to see if there's anything else that I might need to do. Okay. For now, we're okay. I hope that the movie is good, though. Like, it's surprising though that they're already starting the promotion now. It's September and the movies come in December. Granted, this also gives me a little bit more faith. So, if they're starting the promotion for it now, that makes me think that the movie is definitely coming out in December. Granted, they started doing the promotion. Yeah, Tron Ares is in Superman promotion now, basically. Like, Twitch, if you go to Twitch's front page, it has a thing for the ad on the front page. And even when I loaded up Germany stream, the first ad that it showed me was Tron Ares. So they're going full on into the Tron Ares hype at the moment. Do I think it'll be better than Superman? Possibly. I'm not sure if it's like... See, I don't know if it's too overblown or not. Like, that's the problem. Like, the big problem is like these stuff gets you hyped and then something happens. It seems to always happen. That's what it is with this year. This year is so weird. A lot of movies this year were getting you hyped, were getting people hyped, and then they either just are really disappointing, or they just overly praised. Okay, suffering from amnesia, so any statement she makes should be taken with at least a grain of salt. Even so, it doesn't exactly solve anything for us, does it, dear boy? And it would seem to be nonsensical to dismiss her confession outright. Yeah, it's happened with a lot of movies. Just a lot of, where was the Eden hype of all things? That's the one thing that I'm not really sure. Like, I think it's just because it's just not popular enough. And what's weird is, like, the one thing that I heard about Eden outside of your review was like, oh, did Sydney Sweeney ruin this movie? And it's like, even if she did, it's not to the level of, like, Snow White, Rachel Zegler level of ruining it. Like, ultimately, I don't know how many people saw that movie. That's the one issue, is that, like, the person who made this article, it's like, did you watch the movie, or were you just commenting that the movie flopped? Because to me, like, if a movie flops, it doesn't make it a bad movie. Like, The Shawshank Redemption bombed. The Shawshank Redemption bombed in the cinemas, and The Shawshank Redemption may be one of the best movies of all time. Like, a lot of people would have that highly ranked up in somewhere. Like, I don't care about if the movie makes money as a viewer or as someone who enjoys watching movies. I care if the movie is good. And yes, it's cool. It's cool to say that, like, a movie made money, but then Minecraft made money this year. You know, Jurassic World Rebirth made money this year. You know, Lilo and Stitch made money this year. To me, it doesn't matter. Like so many bad movies make. Well, I'm not saying that Lilo and Stitch is a bad movie, but, like, you know, plenty of bad movies have made money. Go on to the top 50. There's like 51 movies. There's 51 movies that made it to the $1 billion mark in history, and it's like, not all of them are fantastic. Like, Alice in Wonderland made it to $1 billion. $1 billion. Avatar made it to that. Like, it's just one of those things, you know. Like, stuff just is inconsistent, or, like, it's just not considered popular enough, you know? Caught Stealing is not a popular movie, and it's an original film, which is good, because original films should be what people go to see, because that's how people get noticed. Look at Sinners. Sinners was an original movie, and, you know, Jack O'Connell, who plays Remick in Sinners, one of the best villains, if not the best villain of, at least in movies at least, he's getting roles in other films. 28 years later, he's the main villain in 28 years in the Bone Temple. Like, he's getting his just reward for being in an original movie where he played a character that was very good. Like, it's not that hard to understand. And I'm glad that Sinners didn't flop. I'm glad that Weapons didn't flop. But it's unfortunate, like, you know, F1, I think, F1 didn't flop, but it just didn't make as much money as it could have. Accountant 2, I have no clue how well that went, you know. It's just, it's always the way. It's always, like, the blockbuster period, you know. No matter what anyone thinks about blockbuster movies, like, they're not always consistent. They're sort of they're the movies that are supposed to be there to make the money. They're there to make money at the end of the day, and if they achieve that, that's what they do. But yeah, you know, this is also another telling fact as well. This is the first year since 2011, I think they said, that no superhero movie made more than 800 million. So that's also a very telling fact as well. So all those other movies that people were trashing before this year, like, you can at least argue that they made a lot more money than the movies that came out this year. You see how Tron does, but I don't think it'll make over 500 million. I mean, it doesn't have the... Tron Legacy wasn't well received. I don't even know how much money Tron Legacy made, to be honest. How much did Tron Legacy make? Yeah, Tron Legacy made... It cost $170 and it made $409. My issue is that Jared Leto was in the movie, and I think a lot of people since Morbius, since Joker and all that came out, I think the big issue is going to be, do people want to see Jared Leto in movies? I'm not a big Jared Leto, like, recently Jared Leto fan. it is what it is. Like, I'm not a big fan of Jared Leto. It's not that he's been a bad, he's not that he's a bad actor. He's had some really good roles, but when I saw him in that trailer, he looked like younger Keanu. It looked like someone, a younger version of John Wick. Not in the sense of that he was as awesome as the John Wick character, but when I saw him, it looked like it honestly looked like Keanu a little bit. Let's do it. Let's ask her again. We'll see if she really believes herself to be the culprit. Like, I don't want to doubt it, but at the same time... there's just been so many disappointing or bad, like, movies. Most of the original stuff is successful. Most of it. Me? Is this really what you want, Mr. Edgeworth? If it goes badly, it could significantly weaken your position. No, but there's no other way. I only request that I be the one to question her. Really know how to tug on an old man's heartstrings, you know. You've enjoyed 8 movies in total this year, maybe 9, not a lot. Well, see, that's the one thing as well, is like, it's like... there's a lot of bad movies, and then there's like the movies that are in the disappointing category where they were probably like, they weren't necessarily like god awful, but they were just very disappointing. And then there's a set of movies that are like, they are not disappointing or bad, but they're just not on the same level as some other things are, like what you had said before, like Locked, like Den of Thieves, like Lilo and Stitch. It's more so just movies that you can watch one time and be like, okay, that was enjoyable, it was fine, it was just, but I don't need to sort of see it again. Whereas something like Eden or Novocaine, it's like you at least came out of it. The only 2 disappointing movies that are still enjoyable are Ballerina and Nobody 2, yeah. And even then, you still are, like... I feel like you're harsher on those movies than some other people would be, but I think that's because you care about those franchises, which, again, I appreciate as that, you know, you're at least critical even to the things that you enjoy. Mission Impossible, a great example, like... You wanted that to be good, and it was disappointing, and you were open about that and how you felt. If this turns out to be a waste of time, that's it. We'll call the proceedings to an end then and there. Agreed. Yeah. And again, I can see that being a problem with the trailers, because Mission Impossible's problem with the trailer was that it just showed you the stunt. The stunt is amazing. But I felt like that was all that it showed. The Karate Kid, it showed you all the fighting, but then it had like some really just poor it's just so strange that the same people who made Cobra Kai were basically the same people that were involved in, the Karate Kid movie. And I don't know how you make Cobra Kai but then make the Karate Kid legends like that. Got the proceedings to an end? You mean the hearing? Even watched it twice to confirm it the same for Superman. Watched it twice to confirm it was even worse. Yeah. And you even had some like slight praise for Superman when you came out of the theater for that, and even like when you watched the second viewing, you were like, it just wasn't as good as you remember. I remember when you first watched, your first reactions to Superman was that Lex was really good. Like you really liked Lex, and then I remember the second viewing, you said it just wasn't as good as the first time, and then there were some other problems that got pointed out. Yes, dear boy, that's right. Perhaps you aren't a complete muddlehead after all. Now, just so we're clear, if we ask again, and all that happened is the girl confirms her guilt. She's officially declared guilty on the spot. Oh. That sounds like a great plan if I do say so myself. So yeah, basically, like, this whole, ordeal is, when you think about it, it became, yeah. And I think the other reason that stuff became worse, it was just, it was more so the... Honestly, I think it was the promotion. I think it was the promotion, and I think sometimes, what fans and what, like, even directors and things can say does influence this stuff. Like, I liked James Gunn when he was doing Suicide Squad and Guardians. The best movie of the year is between F1 and Sinners. Yeah, and then even then, Caught Stealing, you said, was also very close, because you were still debating between Sinners and Caught Stealing at some point. So I guess we'll find out on the third viewing of Caught Stealing. And I mean, I remember when, you know, you even said at the start of the year that you don't think Sinners could probably be topped, and even, like, you know, you watched F1 and you were like, you felt like it could be topped. So it's like... Yeah. Just declare her guilty just like that? That's the gist of it. It's a big risk, but he's going to find a way to condemn her either way if we don't do something. Yes? No, it's a lot to ask, but I need you to think. Do you remember anything else about what happened on the day of the murder? And then that doesn't even include all the TV shows as well. Like, the best movies of the year, yeah. Yeah, like, that's a solid top 3. Like, and I know how much you like Accountant too. And I feel like on a rewatch of 28 years later, you probably might enjoy that more. Like, I'm sure if you're gonna watch that before Bone Temple comes out, you might like 28 years later a little bit more, and then Bone Temple, I think I could see Bone Temple being better than 28 years later for you. I definitely could see that happening. I absolutely could see that happening. Oh, you saw it twice already.
Who's that Pokemon?
I watched all the top 5 movies twice, yeah. I guess that makes sense. Like, again, I think that works for your, like, review. It's just like, you know, with these TV show rewatches and stuff that you've been doing, it's as well. Yeah, yeah. That's another one as well, like, Companion was something different, and also Companion was done by the same guy who did Weapons, so, or at least he worked on Companion. So, two successful, movies from him this year. Yeah, Dark Wolf is the best TV show so far, and you've still got Fallout Season 2. You've still got, Welcome to Derry. So it's like, it could still be the best TV show of the year, but you've got 2 other shows that could potentially top it. And Gen V Season 2 as well, so it's like, you've got 3 shows, maybe 2 of them, Gen V and thing, that could very well just top it. So your top 3 shows of the year could all be just extremely high in terms of rating. And it's just like you said, like, if you thought that Terminal List Dark Wolf... If someone told you that you thought Dark Wolf would be better than Terminal List, and that the character that was not very interesting in Terminal List would be better in Dark Wolf, and it was better than the show, it's like, you know, it speaks for itself, kind of. Why are you still fighting it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's no use, I can't be of help to you. I'm sorry. I'm too scared to try and remember anymore. What if I remember something even worse? If I did, just be making more trouble for you. Please, just accept it. The Kay you thought you knew is a dangerous criminal. Yeah, that's the other thing as well. I'm not sure if you saw one of the Gen V things. I think it was mentioned in the Gen V. From what I remember, it was mentioned in the Gen V stuff. It was like Homelander's secret weapon or something like that. So I'm curious to see what he means by that, because obviously Homelander's gonna be like doing something. He has to. He has this new power now. He's basically the president of the US, so he basically is in control of what the world ends up doing. I have no clue what he plans on doing. He could very well just, like, what's his plan? And it leads into The Boys Season 5, like you said, so you've also got that to look forward to as well. I think The Boys Season 5 trailer is going to drop sometime this month or next month. I would think that it will. I think that they end Gen V Season 2 with maybe The Boys Season 5 trailer. Because if there's spoilers in it, if there's potential spoilers of Gen V Season 2 in The Boys Season 5 trailer, they probably want to avoid that from happening, so maybe they are not going to show it. Yeah, there's going to be way more in Season 2 for sure. Especially since it's the aftermath of President well, not the aftermath, but like the aftermath of Homelander becoming the president kind of thing. So it's like, it's going to influence the show for sure. I might have known you for very long. But I know you well enough. And right now, I'd say I know you better than you know yourself. You would never commit a murder, could never, because this is who you really are. Okay, we have the, thing here, yeah. And it's the first teasers toward, yeah, exactly, like, his new management is basically like, I'm the president, and the president controls, like, who's gonna tell him no? Who's gonna tell Homelander no at this point? Like, he's in a position of power to where it's like, the US is basically his, yeah. Basically, the entire world is Homelander's playground now, and whoever else he wants to. And again, like, he still has the Seven. Like, are we gonna get new? Are they gonna be new members of the Seven? Are they gonna be new members of the Seven that he introduces? That he just says, hey, like, time to bring out like all my all these other like degenerate like evil superhero characters that are just basically, you know, except they're now going to be allowed to get away with whatever they want. Like, no one's going to be telling them like, what to do anymore. Whatever President Homelander does is just, that's what it's going to be. He's going to be the thing, so. Noble Outlaw would never stoop so low as to kill. That was already done in Season 4 of The Boys. Yeah. Again, I haven't watched the show, so I can't really comment too much, but I just feel like that they need to have something. And like, what's going to actually happen to the, like, what's going to happen with these characters? Who's going to, and like, who's going to stop him? How are they going to stop him? Like, how is Gen V Season 2 going to play into The Boys Season 5? Are they going to have to... are they going to have to, like, do... You know... Because Gen V seems like it's almost like... you know, these characters are sort of, like, being built up to be... like, superheroes, I guess. I mean, when I say superhero, quote-unquote superheroes, like, obviously they want them to, you know, not really, like, it's just there to be used. 2026 might have 2 The Boys shows. Oh, have they announced when? Hang on a second. Have they announced the spin-off dates yet? I don't think they have, right? Oh yeah, Void Rising as well, yeah, which they already released some of the... They already released some of the sets for that, actually. Yeah, nothing yet. No date as of yet. But they've started filming last month. Okay, so... they're saying that the filming is going to run all the way through to December. So they started in August, so I wouldn't expect anything this year, but they're going to finish filming at the end of the year, so... I reckon it might be... I reckon 2027, just because... Usually the biggest portion of making anything is post-production. Still nothing on The Boys Mexico, yeah. So it's hard to say. Because the post-production's always the longest, and obviously, like... I don't think they want to oversaturate everything, because they can still do a lot of stuff, but I think they want to have... It's not going to be the same when the show ends, is it? Like, once The Boys is finished, like, the spin-offs are great ideas to do, but at the same time, it's just like... There's still... It's not the same, like... it's not the same characters, it's not the same... Like, it can still be good. It can still be good, but it's just like... It's always bittersweet when... It's like with anything, really. You finish a game... You finish a game, you finish a... You finish a game, you finish a series, and then it's just like... It doesn't feel the same. It's what I can see. It's the one memory that's returned. Have to face it. I'm... Start the year with Void Rising. I mean, next year, like, all the stuff that's scheduled for next year is already, like, again, very top-heavy, very, end-of-year heavy, and then also a lot of stuff in the middle, so... Like, I don't think anybody's ready for next year. I don't think anyone's ready for what is, appearing next year. And I would say, I think by 2026 or 2027, like, all the stuff with the SAG-AFTRA strikes, all the stuff with COVID, all the delays and stuff, I feel like that point, that's when everything will be back to normal again, because I think that's why a lot of these things might be getting delayed, and why a lot of other things, you know, why a lot of things are being... Yeah, I think that... Because it's at least following, like, it's not going to be like Game of Thrones. The problem with Game of Thrones is those last 2 seasons were being written by people that, you know, they weren't finished. At least The Boys has an end. So people already have an expectation of what to expect to happen. But because it's a TV show, they can do it, they can keep to mostly the same stuff and maybe change things up a little bit more if they wanted to do that. I think that's the one advantage that they have. The story has at least got an ending, so they do have something to be able to base the show off of. So I don't see it being like Game of Thrones, where those last 2 seasons were primarily like just there was nothing, like, he gave them some ideas, but it's not the same. So really, you have to believe that you're better than that. It's just not the same. It's like writing part of the story. And TV writers don't have the same passion towards these projects that the actual writer does, and so that's why we get the last 2 seasons of Game of Thrones. And they can say what they like. They had George R.R. Martin working on it, or like talking to them about giving them stuff. But it's like, it's not the same as him writing it himself, because these TV writers only care about making the show popular and making money, and so they'll insert whatever they want into that. You're saying you don't believe a word of what I've been telling you. That's why. Oh, great. Why? Why? Why is Ironheart returning to... How? What are we doing with Marvel Zombies? I don't know. What are we doing? Let me just read what this is about. It follows a group of survivors that discover the key to bring... Oh. Who is in this show? Who have we got? Oh, great. Like, I'm guessing... By the looks of this, okay, this is what's crazy, right? The crazy part about this is... Scarlet Witch looks like she's going to be the main villain in Marvel Zombies, and I'm thinking, what's Red Guardian, Shang-Chi... What are the Thunder Avengers gonna do? What are they gonna do against Scarlet Witch? Like, what are they gonna do to her? Like, what are they gonna do? Oh, and by the way, Kamala Khan is also gonna be central to the series. That's the other thing as well. They mentioned. So we're getting Shang-Chi, Red Guardian, Yelena, Ant-Man, by the way, who, if you've watched the Marvel Zombies episode, basically he's just there and just cracking jokes constantly. He's just a head in a jar, similar to what they did in Futurama. Basically, that's all that he is. He's just a running joke. He just makes jokes constantly. And then all the characters that we're getting are just like we're getting zombified Hawkeye, Cap, Abomination, Ghost, Captain Marvel, Namor, Ant-Man, Wasp, and Thanos. And it's 4 episodes. It's gonna be 4 episodes as well. So, good luck with stopping Wanda Maximoff. Good luck stopping Scarlet Witch with basically just guns, because this would be like if they decided to have the Thunder Avengers fight Magneto. Like, what chance do they have against Magneto? How would they beat Magneto? They can't. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on with this damn these damn people. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the thing. I don't know why I'm not that hyped about, like, zombies. Zombies is just like... And then I keep getting everything about James Gunn now. I keep getting information about, like, the Superman sequel. Still waiting for a better Sentry movie. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do with Sentry, because Sentry himself is like... Sentry is a complicated character. In the comics, the Sentry is basically like the character that you send out when everything else fails, if you get what I'm saying. So, I think World War Hulk, when they did that in the comics, they sent out Sentry, and Sentry basically just, like, defeated Hulk like it was nothing, because it was like, oh, they sent everything out. And the problem with doing that is, if that was the solution from the get-go, why didn't you just do it in the first place? Like, why bother having people die? Why bother having people, like, get injured? Why bother having people, you know, do all this other stuff when you can just send the Sentry out and just kill them? That's the problem with this character. He's basically just there in the comics to just solve any problem that might arise. And if they do that in Doomsday, where they just have Sentry appear and be like, he's the one that stops Dr. Doom, it's like, why didn't they just do that in the first place? And so a lot of people do not like the Sentry character in the comics, because he's just he just exists to defeat the biggest threat, and they don't bother about sending him out immediately. And I fear that that might happen in this movie. And, like, that was why people didn't think that it's like, it makes no sense that the Thunderbolts can beat Sentry in a fight, because, he's the Sentry, like, you're trying so hard to help me. Spider-Man news alert, Spider-Man news, okay, what is it? Let me know. You're risking so much for me. It's too much. You have to stop, I'm begging you. So that's what's going on. Thought it was strange, but now I see. The reason you're allowing yourself to be railroaded into accepting your fate. It's because of me, isn't it? Which is exactly what the K I know would have done. Spider-Man news, let me check. I must know. In case nobody already knows, Spider-Man is my favorite superhero. Good person, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry to burst your bubble. Oh, there it is. What is it? What is it? Tom Holland says he has been actively going through the internet to try and to best understand what fans want from a Spider-Man movie. I think it's really important because we make the movies. Yeah, that is great. That's great that someone's actually doing their research. Who would have thought doing research is a key part of making a good movie? And yeah, I definitely agree. Getting fan ideas is a fantastic idea. Absolutely, it's a fantastic idea. Cannot think of anything better than to have fans doing stuff. Despite all your wishes to the contrary, I'm still trying to help you. So you see, I've merely been servicing my own ego, regardless of what I have put you through. Now, let's try this again. See the good in yourself, Kate. Remember the noble faith you truly are. I'm happy to hear that that's actually some good news. You're more hyped for Brand New Day than anything James Gunn related or MCU related. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. Everything that I've heard from the... I remember how, like, down you were about the Brand New Day stuff after first hearing about it, but then everything that they've come out with since then has been very consistent. Potential Savage Hulk return, the Punisher getting maybe a Hulkbuster suit or an armor of something, photos of the Punisher pointing a shotgun at Spider-Man's head, like, researching the comics and researching the internet to see, like, how things are. Like, this is a, like, Spider-Man is like my Superman, you know, movie. Like, that's just how it is. Like, again, he's my favorite superhero. Even as a kid, he always was my favorite superhero. I know that people didn't like the Raimi movies. I know that people didn't like Spider-Man 3, but like those are the movies that I liked. I just really like Spider-Man. I've always liked Spider-Man. And like, it's good to hear that the movie is succeeding. And then it's weird because of as well, like, it's time to go to bed. Have a good stream till next time. No problem. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good rest of your... Have a good sleep, I should say. And, yeah, we will, chat again soon. Thanks for all the chats as always, and the news alerts, and every other normal thing that we do. Remember, if you're committing the murder, you need to question it with all you have. That's all I ask. So please, do it for me. It's also one movie where I think we both have, like, a tie to it, because I really like Spider-Man and you really like the Punisher, so it's like there's a joint vested interest for this movie to be good, just because it has two of our favorite characters in that one movie and they're actually interacting and doing stuff. So that's one other aspect to it. Caught stealing the morning with some KFC later, so you take a picture of the meal. Oh no. That meal sounded really, like, those exclusives sounded really good. Those, yeah, it's definitely a good team up, for sure. And Punisher and Spider-Man have interacted in the comics before. I believe the Punisher was a Spider-Man villain at one point. It is definitely a good team up. It's a movie that we both have vested interest in from, like, basically the get-go at this point now. So I want it to be good for both of our fandom. Oh no, is she gonna break? Everything's flashing back to her, right? What's wrong? Do you remember something? It'd be like some cliche movie plot if she did. Do the Punisher justice after the Born Again slop? Yeah. I mean, that's the one thing as well. If they do the Punisher right in Spider-Man, that might bring you back to Born Again. Which is saying a hell of a lot, considering you basically gave up on that show right as at the finale, so... I hope that it can bring you back to Daredevil Born Again if they do the Punisher justice in this movie. A cow? Mr. Edgeworth, if you could perhaps ask her for a few more details. Okay, what can you tell us about this cow? I remember now. The person in the red raincoat, she had it in her hand. Oh, the toy. A stuffed cow, I can see it so clearly now. You don't care about Season 2, you care more about the solo movie. Oh, right, the Disney Plus movie. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they have to, the solo movie also, from what we saw, looked like it could have been, good as well. Are you sure, Miss Faraday? Are you absolutely certain? Yes, I'm sure. And this court acknowledges the defendant's latest statements as due testimony. Objection. Have you lost your mind, Verity? You can't accept testimony like this. With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, information pertaining to the victim and her possessions is new and highly relevant evidence. Objection. Need I remind you of the addled state of her memory? No, this simply won't do. Addled, but if we claim her memory is unreliable now, then our argument is weakened, sir. You said yourself only a few minutes ago that thanks to the suspect's confession, we need not worry ourselves over the finer details, did you not? Were we to call the validity of her memories into question, We must also call into question the confession on which our entire argument is based. Is it really the most advisable course of action? Yes, you're right. Proceed as you see fit, then. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're still in the game, but only by the skin of our teeth. And only thanks to Judge Gavel's intervention. It's almost as if she was on our side for a second. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, the stuffed animal. I believe the cow in question is this thing here, Your Honor. We found it in the storeroom and believe it is yet another auction lot. Wait, that's... Do you know something, Gavel? No, it's just not what I imagined. Suppose it is a rather odd thing for the victim to have been carrying. Should look into it, look it over carefully. I don't remember. This was from the first case, but I also, like, find it super weird that, it's super weird. Right one seems intact, but I can't say it's doing much for the overall symmetry of the stuffed toy. Mr. Edgeworth, it moves. It does? Oh! It's a phone? Wait, this is a phone. So does that mean that this was... If this is the same stuffed toy from the first case, does that mean that this was a phone that was in the... Because remember, in the first case, in the president's area, it was, something was smashed in, and this was here, hidden behind it. Sounds like sand being crushed. It seems there is a recording device hidden inside. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Nothing to say for yourself. I've waited so long for this day, and now I'll finally have my revenge. Could this be the moment of the murder? Someone made a recording of it. Fitted with a recording device that captured part of a conversation, one of the people recorded had a prominent burn.
Who's that Pokemon?
Hey, that's them right there. Them's the voices I heard, sure as X is eggs. My voice is actually not the same today. It does definitely sound a bit off. Compared to, well, not even yesterday. I didn't stream yesterday, so, like 2 days ago. My voice does sound a little bit off, but... I think I also forgot which voice I gave Excelsius. I feel like I gave him a different voice, but... Unfortunately, we have no way of verifying when these voices were recorded. I don't know, maybe it's just me today, because... I was happy with everything that was going on, but I just, like, when I came back in here after setting the PlayStation up, I just felt very out of it and felt like there wasn't a lot that I was really doing. Well, like, I wanted to interact more with people, but I just... There was too many things. I think I have... Sometimes I have too many streams open. But I can't, like... I can't break my habit of just, like... If I see somebody go live, then I feel like I open the... You know, I try to manage all of my streams, and it's just... Sometimes it just becomes noise, because I have YouTube going, I have, multiple streams going, you're trying to figure out how to balance the audio, you're trying to get your own stream set up, you're trying to make sure that you've got everything, you're talking to yourself basically, just trying to understand everything that you're doing to make sure you don't forget something, and then it just... You realize that just time passes very, very quickly. And I know people say, like, oh, it's fine to, like, not think, but to me it's not. It's not fine. If it was fine, I wouldn't be having this, this problem, you know? So I think it's just on me. It's possible they have nothing to do with the murder. If only there was some accompanying footage. You got bugs in your ears or something, lady? I done told you, that's the voices I heard. We already know the victim was holding that thing, right? That's gotta be from when she got. Yes, it is a possibility, but a weak one without more than your word to back it up. You need something more, something credible. That's also another reason why I like streaming, is because when I'm streaming, I can turn the YouTube video off, I can turn any other streams off, because obviously it would slow down my own stream, but it's almost just like the only noise that I have to hear is basically the sound of my own voice and the game audio, and it's almost just like a breath of relief. I don't have to answer. I don't have to check my phone constantly, even though I'm getting pinged constantly from messages and stuff. I don't have to check those. I can check them after stream and worry about them later. It's almost like it's just a satisfying feeling, I guess. Even though we spent the first half an hour of the stream basically just talking, but I think I needed to do that to just unwind a little bit and get back to what I'm doing now. We need, yet again, she seems to be stepping in help. Judge Gavel, I think we all know the voices are from the moment of the murder. Consider for a moment the words we heard one of the speakers say. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Believe we have something that could explain what these words are referring to and how it's all related. Which piece of evidence proves that the voices are from when the murder occurred? I said burns, right? Would it have been the auction, the heart statement? Actually, no, it was this one. Coroner's preliminary findings. How did they prove anything? Oh, it actually did update my thing. Never mind. I was like, for a sec, I didn't check my sub goal update, and it did update. So that's actually good that it worked this time. One on this page shows that the voices must be from the time of the murder. Oh right, the burn mark. This here. I forgot about this part. Yeah. So it's this. Yeah, I think we can finish this case today, considering we spent like 8 hours yesterday doing it, and we have about 4.5 hours. I think, again, on the words we heard, this part in particular sticks out in my mind. I did start later today than usual, but again, I was chatting a lot in other streams, and I was also, like, overthinking things. You can't hide that burn from me. I think they had a prominent burn mark on the back of her right hand. He knows something. Oh, the burn mark! Did he use the lighter? I didn't think about that, actually. According to case testimony, the victim was carrying the soft cow toy, and a burn mark, an identifying mark unique to the victim, was mentioned on the recording it captured. It's just a coincidence. Stuff like that happens all the time, right? Not so sure that it does, especially not in this case. The court accepts that the recording may be from the time of the murder. In which case, one of the two voices must belong to the real culprit. Based on the content of the conversation, it seems likely that it's the one we hear the most. That still doesn't tell us anything about the killer's true identity, or even if they're male or female. Due to the voice change is correct. Unfortunate, but unavoidable. One thing, however, has become clear. We are now able to say that voices Miss Hart heard were those of Miss Ringer and her killer. Just like I told you that they was. You can say something else now, too. Then let's hear it. That is, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. Do as you wish. According to Miss Hart, just before the murder occurred, 2 people came up to the storeroom from the committee chamber on the elevator. The ringleader and one of the auction attendees. Seems this was the point at which money exchanged hands. The murder happened immediately afterward, and the auction carried on after that. All of which points to one key fact. What else does this latest revelation tell us? Let me check this real quick. Yes, the ringleader was the killer, which would make sense. Because that was the person who rang it. Because we already know that Miss Ringer's not the killer because she's dead herself. And the ringleader can't have been the victim because the ringleader would be the one that was involved. So, I mean, I guess this makes sense for it to be the killer. Let's see, the committee blood, and... Okay. Since the ringleader was the auction's sole auctioneer, then it follows that they cannot be the victim. Hey, Gavel! Right now, Eustace, there's a good boy. If they weren't the victim, then they can only have been the killer. Compelling argument, but hardly conclusive. I am fully aware of that, Your Honor. I was merely warming up for the main event. There were certain traces left on the scene that seemed to suggest that the ringleader was the killer. And please, hurry up and show us. What is something that was placed on the scene that points to the ringleader as having been the killer? This. Killer deliberately left a large pool of blood at the foot of the Goddess of Justice statue. It was due to that blood that we originally thought that the murder had happened in this chamber. It was simply a ruse, designed to cover up the blood that had dripped down from the storeroom. In order to conceal the existence of the underground auction, yes? Correct. If the culprit had nothing to do with the auction, they wouldn't have no reason to cover up that blood. Which further supports the theory that the ringleader and the killer were one and the same. As to the identity of the ringleader, do you have anyone you'd like to name? The auction is always held in its committee chamber, with its storeroom located just overhead. So at the very least, we know the murderous ringleader has some connection to the committee. Yes, yes. And you suspect me, correct? As the committee's most powerful member, that should hardly be a surprise, right? Objection. You're a fine prosecutor, that much I'll give you. But as I think I may have mentioned already, you're also hopelessly naive. You've got nothing, dear boy, have you? No evidence whatsoever. Unless you've got something to share after all. Do I have any evidence to show that Chairman Winner is the murderer? I don't think we do. Because, we only have his confession, right? We only have his, well, we think that he's the involved. We just don't have the, in terms of, like, I'm talking about in terms of, like, the in-game knowledge. Miles and Excelsius had that conversation in, what do you call it? They had that conversation, how do you call it? They had that conversation in, what do you call it? They had the conversation in the detention center holding cell, where it was like, we basically exposed him as the person who was doing stuff with the evidence and doing stuff with Kay, but that was just a conversation between the two of us. And whether that was recorded or not, I don't think it was, and even if it was recorded, like, he probably would have had that removed and deleted, but, it would not surprise me, like, either. So at the moment, in terms of this game, we technically do have evidence that, we don't have evidence that he's the murderer, but we have evidence based on the conversation that we had, that he was involved with the evidence tampering, the framing of K. We know that, but we can't use that in court because we don't have any actual thing. So at the moment, the answer would be no, we don't. Shimmer Winter himself had brought up the fact that I suspected him. He seemed confident right from the get-go that he's untouchable, which means he knows I have nothing. Well, Miles, my boy, time to pay the piper. I've always wanted to say that. Verity is all yours. Wait, dang it. I just remembered something. Did you have amnesia too? No, it just came to me. Flash of inspiration, you know how it is. Very well, say your piece.
Objection.
What are you doing, Verity? Mr. Edgeworth has made it clear that he won't give up until every last lick of hope has been extinguished. So extinguish we must, lest he try to drag us through this excruciating process again in the future. Yeah, what she said. I don't quite get it, but it sounded pretty cool. Don't worry, Dad. I'll have Gavel bring this to a winning finish. We'll see how wrong they are. Fine, let's hear what the witness has to say. You heard the chairman, Miss Hart, if you would be so kind. Well, alright then. Here goes nothing. Facts, Miss Hart, nothing but the facts, please. Don't you worry your pretty little head on that front. I'm a journalist, truth's my middle name. Color me officially worried. The ringleader's the killer, right? Which makes the victim one of them auction goers. Thing is, that don't add up. Counted 11 people coming down that hatch, see? Then the murder happened. Then the auction started back up again. Now I had me a look back downstairs right after that. Wouldn't you know it, there were 11 little duckies, all lined up in a row again. Oh, 11 masks? And you're sure of this, Miss Hart?
Who's that Pokemon?
Sure can be, you gavelship. So are my own two peepers. So 11 before the murder, and 11 again right after means... Wait, that's a thing. Contradiction, Eustace. Do try to keep up. Miss Hart, did nothing really change at all? I told you already, they carried right on again, like nothing's even happened. Except for, it wasn't much, but... What is it? That little old mallet doodad. Can't have yourself an auction without... Oh, the... Yeah. Kinda like the one Missy over there's got, but different. The auctioneer's hammer. That's the bunny. Don't heard that thing banging and clanging right the way through. Then nothing, just like that. So the noise of the hammer stopped midway through. Could it have something to do with the murder? If what Miss Hart is telling us is true, we have something of a problem. Namely, that if the victim is neither the auctioneer nor one of the attendees, your entire theory cannot stand, Mr. Edgeworth. Trick went for justice. Eat that, Edgeworth. See, Mr. Edgeworth? There really was nothing we could do. No, there must be something we're overlooking. Something we still don't have an explanation for. Just need to think. If I can't, Kay is... Right, kids, do we finally have all of our answers now? If so, then I expect you to make good one. Oh, she intervened. One moment, sir. I worry that it might still be a little early to pass judgment. After all, we have one more matter to get to resolve. And until we do, we cannot claim complete and total victory over Mr. Edgeworth. Is that not so, Mr. Edgeworth? Frankly, I expected you to have raised your voice by now. Aloud, hold it, perhaps. Yes, of course. Once again, she has rescued us from the jaws of defeat. Very well, let's get this over with, shall we? What is this one matter that still remains? Why, the contradiction in the coroner's report, sir. That's... I'm back with the witnesses, Your Honor. Oh, you're the witnesses? Okay. What's this all about? Why'd you call us back down here? Somebody suddenly fall ill? I'll have a compress ready in 2 shakes of a... This better be good. Did somebody else drop dead? Well, they might soon wish they had. Hurts, Miss Needler. Thank you for coming on such short notice. Let me assure you this won't take long. Quit trying to butter me up and cut to the chase, will you? Of course, we summoned you here to confirm something. What is Judge Gavel up to? Dr. Hertz, the court asks that you provide the following, provide the unabridged truth regarding the following. Do you stand by your preliminary findings? Can you vouch for their complete and total accuracy? Grandma doesn't make mistakes, ever. That's strange. What do you mean? In the course of this trial, an error was indeed found in her report. So I ask again for the truth, Dr. Hertz. Did you alter, tamper with, or in any way falsify your findings? It's awful, how can you even say that? What are you asking me for? Why the heck would I want to do that? To help the true culprit, of course. As if I know anything about all that. I just know that I didn't do anything of the sort. And that seems doubly strange. explanation could there be for the discrepancy in your report? Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might have any thoughts on the matter. It's not like you to be coy, I must say. Why does she keep taking charge and helping me? So I don't know what she's trying to do. If everything was recorded accurately and then handed off to Mr. Winner, according to protocol, the report shouldn't contain any mistakes. Wait. For the record, I didn't do anything to the report. Guess we'll see, won't we? Wait, did he do something to the report? Because they said Winner, or did they say Eustace specifically? Because if they said... If they said Eustace, that's one thing. Perhaps we could begin with your side of the story. Why do we need to? This is pointless. I'll be the judge of what's pointless, thank you very much. Patients waiting back at the hospital. Grandma, we really don't have time for this. Won't you please help us? I can't stress how important this is. Grandma says she'll testify. Could you please make it quick? If we're not back soon, people will suffer. You have no qualms about taking your time and buying cotton candy the last time we saw you. We'll let you go as soon as we can, I promise. Should you tell us the truth, that is? So-called mistake in the report. No way there's a mistake in Grandma's report, not never. I've been dealing with the dead longer than you've been alive, Sonny Jim. Me writing something wrong is about as likely as... And what the heck do you think I'd stand to gain by doctoring a file, hmm? Don't make a lick of sense. That's all she has to say. Nothing funky there. See, it's just as I thought. There's no chance the good doctor doctored her findings. You swear by the Holy Goddess that this testimony is true. Of course, Grandma never's told a lie in her... Your opinions are not necessary, Nurse Needler. Your grandmother is the subject of this inquiry, not you. Not necessary? That's not fair. I'm the only ally poor Grandma has. Go ahead and shout objection left and right, but you best be prepared then, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. Oh, I'm all than prepared. I'm ready to expose the truth behind the error in the report. Alright. Sorry, press the third statement and then... So, third statement's the one we have to press, but, we'll press all the rest of them as well.
Hold it!
Never. You're saying that Miss Dr. Hertz is infallible? She has to be. A doctor can't afford to make mistakes. A veteran like Grandma would be out of action if she messed up even once. There's no way she, of all people, would... I've got the whole hospital relying on me. Might be you can bungle your work and survive, mister, but I can't.
Hold it.
You've never really never made a single mistake in all that time. It's all about experience. The longer you've been at it, the better you get. If the same were true of prosecuting, Chairman Winner would be the best in the business. But I think we can all agree that's not the case. You really are a devil, Miles. But you're also quite wrong. I've never once made a mistake either. After all, I have people to do that for me. I'm too busy for foul-ups, and luckily for me, I don't have to make them. Isn't having people just grand? Don't you go try to make doctoring and lawyering sound the same. They ain't nothing alike. Nothing alike, I tell you. Alright, skip this one. Because she was about to say something, yeah.
Hold it.
May not have stood to gain anything from it, but what about your grandma? What about your granddaughter? Me? Stood to gain anything either. Never mind her. What about your little friend over there, hmm? She'd stand to gain something for sure. Look at you, trying to accuse my sweet, innocent Florence of wrongdoing. Yeah, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. We should tell that to Chairman Winner. Anyhow, nobody doctored that report here. Nobody. Anybody stand out as strange to either of you when you were examining the body? Let's see. What's that, Grandma? Pretty strange young fella showed up, that's for sure. Strange man, who? Dressed like a dang fool he was, all frilly round the neck and such. That's describing us, right? And the dangest thing of all, even though we all knew the idiot boy was about to get fired, you still insisted on messing with my scene. That was a weird transition with the... That's why I'm talking about you, mister. Ruffle-necked ruffian, crimson-suited creep. Mr. Edgeworth is a ruffian and a creep. Those are not words you need to commit to memory, Kay. only communicates through her granddaughter. Should probably try to make sure that Nurse Neela is being truthful too. Alright, so this one's the one I'm gonna press.
Hold it.
Victim appears to have put this raincoat on after sustaining head injury, and yet there was not a single drop of her blood in the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, she must have been hit in the head before she was stabbed in the chest, making it pre-mortem. Yeah, she's... I don't need you to teach me how to suck eggs, young man. My dang report already says what you just said, right? Don't it?
Objection.
Your report states that the head injury appears to have been sustained post-mortem, which is the exact opposite of what was just said. Yep. Sure. I diligently dictated that report to Florence then, and she wrote it all down just like I said. If something happened to it after that, what? Nothing to do with me. You dictated it. If you could please tell me more. Like I said, like, edited the statement. I guess we can press this again, right? Just so we're on the same page, what were your conclusions regarding the body? Like I said, sorry, it was death from a good hard knock to the noggin. Can you say for certain when that knock happened, Dr. Hertz? Pre-mortem, of course. Chest wound happened after the poor girl died. Told Florence that, and she wrote it down, so that's what it says on my dying report. Maybe what was she told her, but I think we're finally getting to the truth. Okay, so now we, I think, press on the... Because we have the coroner's statement that says, hey, yeah, head injury was post-mortem. Dr. Hertz, I'd like you to take a look at the report for yourself. Read it too. Yep. This ain't what I said. This ain't what I said at all. No. But I can't say that. Mr. Needler, if you're attended to bury Dr. Hertz's truth. gladly hear a confession myself on behalf of the goddess of justice. Dr. Hurt seems to be telling Judge Gavel something in private. Very well. Allow me to relay to everyone what you've just told me. Ain't no doubt what I said. I dictated my findings to Florence just like I told you I did. The fuddle-headed young thing must have wrote down wrong something. It's a great impression. Yes, but was it really necessary? So in summary, there is an error in the report. So all because of you, Miss Needler. True facts have now been shown to that of the hedge occurred prior to the test work. The question now, Miss Neither, is why did you introduce such an error? Just a minute, Verity. You make it sound as if the poor girl did it deliberately. Whereas it seems to me she just made a little mistake. Pre-mortem, post-mortem, they're practically the same word, don't you think? No! No, they're not. No, they're not. Pre-mortem means pre-murder, post-mortem is... What kind of thing is this? Like, pre-mortem is... No! They're completely different. They're completely different. Completely different. Completely different. Except they mean two completely opposite things. This was deliberate, no doubt about it. Why would she want to change it? Yeah, why would she want to change it? I wonder. What is going on with this? What is going on with this, We're not get away that easy. Explain yourself, young lady. Grandma, You submitted a falsified report, an act that led to Kay being accused of murder. You owe us an explanation. But I can't tell you. Not don't want to, but can't. This is really rather unpleasant, don't you think? Ganging up on this poor, considerate girl who's only looking after her grandmother. She has nothing to do with anything. She was simply made one tiny mistake, so why not leave it there? You'd like that, wouldn't you? Because the only person her testimony would hurt is you. What on earth do you mean, my boy? Seeing as you're now a de facto ex-prosecutor, you're going to need to explain yourself better than that. Be happy to. I'll even spell it out for you. Just Neela's role in this crime is very important because, she was the real murderer, no. She's the real victim, no. Although, if you're considering, like, them being forced into things, they could very well be a co-conspirator. Now that I think about it. Like, honestly, they could be a co-conspirator, but they might be forced, more so. That's what it seems like, especially with how Winner seems to be, like... Yeah. Nurse to the doctor the report in order to cover for her accomplice. So she's a co-conspirator, this innocent little thing? Do shame your grounds for making such a wild accusation, dear boy. Murder couldn't have been committed by one person working on their own. Without these two people, it wouldn't have been possible to, move the body. No, more than one person could have done that. One person could have done that. Doctoring the port would have taken only one person. Without these two people, it would have been possible to maintain attendee numbers. Does that mean... Oh, do they mean maintain attendee numbers as in, like, the auction attendee numbers? Because if that's the case, maybe. Because there was 11 people, did they say? They said that there were 11 people there, so if you had somebody else there in that case, maybe that would have... Yeah, oh, right, because... No, that would have been what it was, right? Because if you kill someone... If you killed somebody, and... So if that person that was killed entered into the area, and then didn't come back out, then you would need somebody to do that, so I guess that would be what it is. Right? The auctioneer was the murderer, and the victim was one of the attendees. The fact that a witness testified to there being 11 attendees even after the murder doesn't make sense. Yeah, are we nearly in the next part? I think we are. Yeah, we are nearly in the next part. So we've got like 4 hours left. I think we can definitely finish the game today. Finish this case at least, and then maybe do some more progress in the next one. Although these ending segments can be quite long. But then again, we did spend like, what, 8 hours or so on the previous case, so... Yeah, and it's already been 2 hours at this point, and we're about an hour and a half. Hey, watch it! I've got to call my good word into question now, too. That's not what I meant. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I'm taking you at your word, which means there must be a co-conspirator. I know it's hard, my boy, but sometimes you just have to accept that you were wrong. Wasn't wrong, I just hadn't considered the possibility of the killer having an accomplice. But as soon as we do, things start to fall into place. If the killer's accomplice returned to the auction room in place of the victim, there would indeed have been 11 attendees both before and after the murder. Well, so that's your thinking, is it? It's certainly an intriguing theory. But surely the imposter would have been spotted right away. Don't imagine that nurse needler looks strikingly different from the victim in build and stature. The help of a mask, you could very easily have replaced Miss Springer without anybody noticing. Well, is that what happened? Did you take the victim's place at the auction? something like... Wait, what was that? It's interesting why there was like... Why was there a notification with no timestamp on it? I'm supposed to straighten my chair up. For some reason it's sinking into the abyss again. Can't tell you, I just can't. I do it Grandma too. Really? It's not actually. Okay. For some reason it feels like it's lower than it usually is. So why is that? Grandma! Don't you worry about me, I can take it. You just tell me everything, child. But... Grandma! Oh. So I was right. She was an accomplice. Explain yourself. Oh, thank you, Grandma, but I'm alright now. Confess it, I changed places with Miss Ringer. So you admit that you were working with the ringleader. Well, if that's the case, then she should just be able to say outright, like, hey, the ringleader is this. Don't know how, but they found out Miss Ringer was going to attack them. The copper was going to be attacked by the victim? I seemed pretty sure it was going to happen that night, so they made a counter plan. They wanted to strike first, and they wanted me to help them. Let's go to the store before the auction began and wait there. Now, hold on right there, missy. I didn't see none. My eyes don't lie. If you'd have been there for me before the auction, I would have bumped right into you. I was there the whole way through. You weren't there for a bit. I'm not lying. That's easy for you to say, but you were lying about altering that report only a few minutes ago. I think we're all well aware of the number of potential hiding places in that storeroom. Are we? Where exactly are you trying to say our friend the nurse was hiding? It's nearly hid here while she was waiting in the storeroom. I believe we should have... Yeah, it would have to be in the clothes box. Maybe before.
Take that.
She hid inside this clothes box, so it would have had to have been before the body was put in there. Oh, she did she? Well, it was there the whole time. Even before the Amosium in. Crucial Pretzel. What a name for a bot. Okay. Crucial Pretzel, I agree. Definitely. Crucial Pretzel. That's a fantastic bot name. done told y'all. Had them all in chains around them. Tried to hide in there myself, really, but it was locked up tight, so I had to go elsewhere. Imagine that's because Nurse Neither was already lying in there by the time you arrived. That's right, we didn't want anybody to open it or would have blown our cover. Like, they implied that both of them were in there? The ringleader told me to climb in and wait until it was time for my part of the plan. Then they wrapped the whole box up in chains. I think they took the elevator downstairs not so long after. It was just before the auction was due to start. So as the auction was beginning, you and Miss Hart would have been the only people in the store. I think so. Auction proceeded as it always did, until a certain customer came upstairs to complete her purchase. So I heard the victim and the cop were exchanging words around them. Bertram's behind that statue there, shaking like a dang leaf the whole time. In the middle of their quarrel, Miss Ringer was killed by the auctioneer. Imagine if the auctioneer then carried Miss Ringer's body over to the clothes box, from which Nurse Needler emerged and swapped places with the victim, placing Miss Ringer's body inside the box. Nurse Needler's role now was to pretend to be Miss Ringer. Two of them then returned to the room below as if nothing had happened. Does that sound about someone up what happened at the storeroom, Miss Needle? Yes, in fact, that's exactly what happened. Hold up, so you just waltzed right back on in and nobody noticed? It's two completely different people we're talking about. Telling me there were one of the other folks down there at the auction cottoned on? Why would they? All the auction goes had no reason to notice the difference when Nurse Needler entered the room because, she'd stolen the victim's clothes, she was using the victim's name, and she was imitating the victim. It would have been because she'd stolen the clothes, right? Because the name wouldn't have mattered, because it would have all been secret. Well, actually, no, I'm trying... It would have been because she was imitating the victim, but then would they have known? It would have been imitating, right? No. Okay, so it was the clothes then. I couldn't remember if they said that they stole the clothes or not. No, it was they did steal the clothes because of the jacket. Yeah. That's what I forgot about the masks. That's what it was. Yeah, she would have taken the masks. So it was the mask, not the So it was disguised. Yeah, so it's because you couldn't have stolen their name. Because the names wouldn't have mattered, so it had to have been the clothes. So see, Miss Ring and Nurse Neither are about the same build. What's more, the auction rules require attendees to wear masks at all times. If Nurse Neither was wearing the same clothes as Miss Ringer, nobody would have been any the wiser. Oh, and they weren't. Wore Miss Ringer's clothes and... Left the poor child in her smalls. Have you no respect, girl? Same thing, it wouldn't be nice to leave it like that. So the ringleader wasn't looking at that raincoat on. Oh, the raincoat. So does that mean that she wasn't alive? That means that she was still survived. So that's how Miss Ringer came to be wearing it. Thus the auction was able to carry on as before. Just the part where I caught the red raincoat on film came just after. Yeah, it must be. Then all makes sense. Right after that, when I went over and looked downstairs through the gap in the elevator, spot me 11 happy little auction goers. Then back I stuck to my little hidey hole. Don't tell me you were hiding back there the whole time after that. Well, that is... not exactly. What is it? Did something happen? So maybe I ought to have mentioned this before, but I fell asleep for a few winks after that. Oh, passed out, unconscious, you might say. What? What happened? Oh, nothing much. Kinda silly, really, but, there was this sudden loud noise, and it startled me. Just a little bit, you know. Alright, maybe more than a little. I just witnessed a murder. I can't blame a girl for getting jumpy. Guess I got my heart shook and my heart faint. Before I knew it, I was out like a light. By the time I came to, it was the next dang day. There you all were, clanking down in that ladder. See, so you were startled by a loud noise and fell unconscious. Suppose that means you don't know what happened after that. Not per se, but, well, after the auction was over, all the masks were back on the rack. So I reckon the guests done finished up and fired out one by one like they were supposed to. Just needle. Once the auction had restarted, what exactly were you doing? to be Miss Ringer and placing bids, just the ringleader wanted. I had to win the clothes box as I'd been instructed. A dead body inside, after all. Imagine if somebody else had won it. We would have been in real trouble then. She had no idea that the victim had vacated the box in the meantime. No, not until we came back up so I could pay for it. That was when we noticed. Ringer told me to look out for her anyway. Okay. So I found some other girl collapsed at the foot of the ladder instead. Oh. Okay, fine. She must have fallen from the roof She must have fallen from up on the roof and been knocked unconscious. Guess the victim must have left that hatch wide open, huh? To explain it, she would have been so shocked by seeing Miss Ringer fall motionless right in front of her that she wouldn't have seen the open hatch and fallen right through it. That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. It's the sound of Kay crash landing onto the storeroom floor. I suppose. Can't believe something like that done me out for so long, though. So in summary, by the time Miss Letha fan came, already sat asleep behind the statue. We've got a good grasp of what occurred up to this point now. Miss Letha, if you were to continue. Sure, so I found Kane, next I found Miss Ringer. Them both in the... Oh, they both went in the clothes box. Couldn't risk any of the auction goers seeing them. Would have caused a real hullabaloo. Is that your idea? Or the ringleaders? Theirs. Putting the raincoat on Miss Ringer was my own idea. So I tried to get rid of it before they found what I had done. Imagine they were none too pleased when it showed up as a surprise piece of evidence in this case. And lastly, the ringleader and I put her in an auctioneer's outfit we'd prepared. Of course, which completed the deception and made everyone think she was the auctioneer. All in all, the auction finished up without anybody noticing. That was that. I haven't seen the extent of your crimes, Nurse Needler. If anything further to share, I'd advise you do so immediately. I could tell you more, but I'm sorry, that's all I know. Except for one other thing. It did seem a little strange, I guess. I was borrowing Miss Ringer's clothes. Took everything I could, but couldn't take her hair, obviously, so... You're dang right you couldn't take her hair. What kind of medical professional are you? And so where you draw the line, so taking her clothes was okay. It was totally different. The style, the length, everything. I kind of panicked. The ringleader thought of everything, including wigs. 2 of them, in fact. A straight one and a wavy one. They were both stashed in the clothes box. 2 wigs, but why? Right, I wondered that too. Maybe they were worried she might have changed up her style. Anyway, I took the straight one. That was the one that matched her hair on the day. Leaving a wavy wig in the box. Which we never saw a wavy wig, did we? That's everything you know. There's nothing else you're forgetting? Oh, really, Grandma? That's everything. Take it that you really have no idea who the ringleader might be. Sorry, I only know that we're in charge of the auction. Careful to keep their identity a secret from everyone. If I can't get something concrete on them, yeah, there's a lot of what do you call it? There's a lot of it's almost like they know who the person is, but like there's always something that's like we can't, even though Winner basically admitted that he was responsible, we don't have like concrete evidence. Even though we think that he's done something, we don't really have the... Well, Miles, are we about done here? I guess the only thing I can think of, honestly, is, like... that this character has a wig on because... they said that there was a wavy one, and it's like... proven the nurse was part of the murder plot, but sadly for you, it doesn't change our plot. Does nothing to prove that Kay Faraday isn't the ringleader. And justice must prevail. We can't change the law, even for your sake. Just like every time we see like this, he just burning stuff. Is this it? Am I not going to be able to save Kay? Francisco, what are you doing here? Also, I wondering where Eddie is, because he hasn't reappeared yet. As I told you before, Miles Edgeworth, where the case leads, I follow. And also, we still don't know how this ties into the smuggling ring from the previous case. We have not figured that out yet. That's one other part that we have not figured out yet. That's the one thing that we have not figured out yet either.
Who's that Pokemon?
Your dedication is an inspiration to us all. Don't go getting the wrong idea, little brother. I'm only here to deliver the truth regarding the suspect. I'm certainly not here to forgive you for abandoning the way of the prosecutor. I understand that. You should thank your former subordinate for what I'm about to share. In his desperation to help Kay Faraday, he gave me a valuable piece of information. Did the Gumshoe did that? Prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth, for the final piece of the puzzle. Rosie Ringer's head wound was the first of the injuries she suffered, not the second. Oh, that potentially changes things. Well, someone say something. Yes, there's no easy way to say this, Francisco, but we already proved that ourselves. You what? Yes, just a few minutes ago. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? Didn't exactly give us a chance. Suppose you know about the murder weapon too? No, not yet. Good, then listen up. The victim was struck on the head with a blunt object bearing a circular surface. The wounds to the chest were actually inflicted post-mortem. Circular surface? You're certain of that, I assume? Your sources are above board? Two trusted medical professionals reached the same conclusion independently. You couldn't ask for more. That's certainly good to know. Unfortunately, you're overstepping the bounds of what? I am the prosecutor in charge of Interpol's investigation into the underground auction. And this murder occurred during that auction. It would be negligent of me not to pursue leads pertaining to related parties. Especially the victim. My, you've really become quite the force to be reckoned with, haven't you, my dear? Then all parties are in agreement. The victim died from a blow to the head. Okay. Yep. Sadly, the murder weapon itself has yet to be identified. Based on the shape, I might have an idea or two. But guys, I didn't set up any weapon during my investigation. And yet one need only think about the setting in an auctioneer's tools, and the answer should be obvious. With a circular surface used in an auction. What was it talking about? Judge Gavel's hammer, the auctioneer's hammer, or a judge's hammer? I mean, the only one that we know of is that there was it would have to be the auctioneer's hammer, because they said that they could hear clanging, remember? So, there was no judge around, and obviously, Gavel was not, present for the, stuff that was happening. So, it would have to be an auctioneer's hammer, because Lotta heard the hammer. What would an auctioneer have readily at hand? An auctioneer's hammer, of course. We never found one of those. If the auctioneer was indeed the killer, it does seem a likely candidate for the murder weapon. Without the evidence to support your theory, it remains nothing more than that. Oh, I have just the evidence you need right here. Okay, we already know Lotta's statement was the thing because of her mentioning specifically should be in the statement that she heard the hammer. Yeah, the sound of the auctioneer's hammer could no longer be heard. So it would have to be this statement. Someone told us something very important about the auction occurred. The very prominent sound of the auctioneer's hammer could now be heard. Now, what would that be? I'll tell you why, because it had just been used in a murder and it was covered in the victim's blood. It needs to be disposed of, isn't that right? Chairman Winner. I'll have our people look into this right away. You really are like a dog with a bone, aren't you, dear boy? If you can't just dedicate yourself to a cause when you're young, when can you? Seems very confident we'll never find it. Very well, a search for the murder weapon will be conducted. In the meantime, this court is in recess. Okay, it took us like, what, 2.5 hours to get to the thing? We can probably definitely finish this, I think. April 6. Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. Chamber. One come, if you would be so kind as to update us on the progress of the search. It's not good news, I'm afraid. The entire big building has been searched from top to bottom. No auctioneer's hammer was found anywhere. It is bad news indeed. Then we have no choice but to move ahead with the verdict. Such a terrible shame. I suppose only a fool would have left the murder weapon behind. Certainly not what I expect from a first-rate criminal mind. No, there's not just enough. There's just not enough to work with here. I can't carry us any further on my own. Yes, it really is a tragedy, but such is life, I suppose. But just thinking back over the defendants I've made plea deals with over the years. People who pour their hearts out to me, who trusted me with every detail of their crimes. And then, when it came to their sentencing, I recommended life in prison every time. For every single one. Oh, if only you could see them. The stupid, dumbfounded looks on their faces. The verdict would now be passed. All present will accept the goddess's word as law. Nothing more I can do. Kay and I are both... Only we had some proof. I can imagine I would be passing judgment on you under such circumstances. End of the road, huh? By the power vested in me. Excelsius winner, this court hereby indicts you for your crime. Wait, what? Oh. I was not expecting that. Okay. Okay. What on earth's gotten into you, Verity? Submit for the court's consideration the case file of a certain incident. Namely, the IS-7 incident. A murder that took place 18 years ago. What does that file have to do with... Wait, you mean... Your late night visit to this chamber, that was to... Precisely, I came here to retrieve these documents. Though sadly it would seem that I arrived too early. To catch the auction itself. When we spoke of the matter before, I implied that I had come to retrieve files pertaining to your case. You'll have to forgive me, that was a ruse to buy myself more time. What the heck are you doing, Gavel? Can't just accuse my dad. Without proper grounds, it's defamation. Excellent observation, Eustace. It is. And of course, I have the grounds to make such an accusation. 18 years ago, Mr. Manfred von Karma had some details about the victim's body fabricated. Details he was forced to fabricate when the sculptor Artie Frost's body went missing. Oh, we're tying it back to the third case now. My papa, fabricating information. What is the meaning of this? Ian Seidman, the detective originally assigned to the case, did in fact report that the body had gone missing. However, it seems that a certain someone wasn't very pleased with Mr. Von Karma, and deliberately withheld that information in order to bring him down a few pegs. This individual refuses to allow anyone to go against their wishes or to challenge their power. They're known to go to extreme lengths in order to bring those who defy them to heel. 18 years ago, they were no different. In fact, they even ordered Dr. Hertz to create a fake autopsy report for the IS-7 incident. She was responsible for the fake report? Wait, you have to understand, Grandma, she's not a bad person. She had to do what he said. She didn't have any choice. He, person in question, was the chief prosecutor at the time. Oh, right, because remember, he used to be the chief prosecutor, and now he's the chairman. So this is very similar to the first case, I think, from the fifth game where that was going on. From what I can recall, anyway. The chief prosecutor 18 years ago. Yep. So, I guess he's responsible for both, well, if he's the big bad, what are they going to do in the final case then? Are we not going to be able to take him down here? Is there going to be something else that happens? Because I don't know. I honestly don't know. The man who gave Papa the first penalty of his career. Yep. Excelsius winner, it was you.
Objection!
What are you all talking about? My dad would never do something like that. I'm sorry, Eustace, but your opinion on the matter is not needed here. Oh, Chairman Minnow, do you have anything to say for yourself? That nonsense with the body. That was Manfred's doing. Such a willful boy. And the fake autopsy report. Hilda, how could you? So that means that even, like, Von Karma was getting played by him because, Von Karma, like, is a bad guy, but this guy is also just, like, on the... Can't believe you naughty kids would do such dishonest things behind my back.
Hold it!
You could just ask why she did it. She's standing right over there, after all. Wait, Grandma can't. She's... Grandma, I'm sorry. I knew. That's why I... Right, exactly. If I didn't, everybody would have found out about what you did. He said he was going to charge you if it didn't help him with their plan. hear what the auctioneer said? So you were coerced into it, were you, Nurse Needler? Just to be clear, the auctioneer was Chairman Winter. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I honestly don't know. The person forcing me to help them was the auctioneer. Yeah, and they also had they would have had a mask on, and they would have had a voice changer. They definitely looked to be about the same build as the chairman, but I never saw their face. Well, there must be something. Any detail? No matter how small will do. Maybe they can match the voice changer recording with, like, the... Well, actually, we don't have a voice changer, do we? They don't have the voice changer, so they can't do that. The mask didn't cover their whole face. The part that wasn't covered had a tattoo on it. I remember that much for sure.
Objection.
This all sounds very dramatic, but I really don't know what you're talking about. Which means I can't be the real thing, no matter how much you might want me to be. I mean, that, again, also probably explains this beard and the hair. So I'm thinking that, wouldn't, this also mean, like again, I said this even when it was happening as well, it's like, he's going to do, if we break down, or like, if he does his breakdown or something like that, it's gonna set the hair on fire, right? Like, that's at least what I would probably do. That's probably what I would do. I only hope you can figure out who this shameless manipulator might be. Your contempt for this courtroom is an insult to the goddess. Sure it's not you who's feeling assaulted here? I am not the only one who has been trying to bring you to justice. Miss Ringer had been trying to... So that means that she also... So... This is interesting. So, I thought that the progression with her was leading up to potentially, like... At least in the second and the third cases, because we didn't get introduced to this guy until this case. This is now making me think even more that, like... I guess the reason why she was so aggressive in this case is because she was trying to lead up to... doing what she was ultimately going to do here. And I refuse to let her sacrifice be in vain. Young Rosie was looking to take me down, you say? But why? I barely knew her. I've always had a certain magnetic charm, but I don't remember ever catching that particular eye. Barely knew the victim? Why do I believe that is a new statement? The goddess demands that you offer your full testimony on the record. So that's how this is going to go. You mean to hound me until I finally break? Well, if that's the way you want to play it, fine. I'll destroy you all. Every last one of you. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to work with you on this one. We'll get another chance to put him on the stand. So let's make the most of this opportunity. Of course, Your Honor. Oh, no, did it freeze? Wouldn't have it any other way. Yeah, I guess we got 3 hours. Now, Mr. Chairman, when you would tell us this court everything you know about Miss Ringer. Rosie was a member of the committee, of course. We never really had any personal interactions, at least none that I remember. Had no motive to murder that poor girl whatsoever. I have absolutely no idea why she was after me. So I didn't mean to accept your part in any of this.
Of course he doesn't. He isn't guilty. How could he be? He's my dad, the winner of winners.
The only other thing that I'm thinking is, like, if something was up with the beard and who it was, being somebody else, how would...
Who's that
Wouldn't
Pokemon?
Eustace have known something? That's the only other thing that I didn't even think about that myself. Like, why would Eustace... Why would Eustace not, why would Eustace not know who his dad looked like? Is what I was trying to say. Like, welcome in, Space Herman. Thanks for stopping by. Hope all is well. We, getting to the bottom of this case. We may finish it today, actually. Now that I think about it. I think we're very close. Probably not going to finish the game today, but we'll be able to at least say that we've, finished the 4th case and onto the 5th one. Maybe if we don't do much. Very, very, very close. It's very kind of you, Eustace, but you'll need more than mere words if you plan to cover for me.
Right, you got it. I won't let them pin this on you. I believe in you, Dad. You'll beat Edgeworth, I know you will.
Yes, yes, you really are such a sweet, simple child.
He loves his dad, huh?
That's no excuse for him to ignore his father's crimes. No matter how much he respects him. Congrats on the catch as well. Regardless of their station in life, all criminals will be made to atone for it. This is a... this is a fearsome combo right here. Francisco and Gavel. A giant hammer. A giant gavel, I should say, and a whip. They post these two really well, actually, for this part. This won't be easy on Mr. Winner. But it has to be done. We can't let his father get away with this. Yep. Alright, how are we doing with this? Hang on a second. Have they announced something for Tomb Raider? I know that they announced Sophie Turner as the new Lara Croft, but I think I saw something that said that people were hoping that there would be some future for the games, and they said something about like what do you call it? They said something like about the future of the future of something, and it was like the future of the series is undetermined, I guess, or something with that. Like all we know is that Sophie Turner's being cast as Lara for the TV show. No clue if they're making any new games as of yet. I feel like they should, because we're already halfway through the decade, and every decade since she's come out, she's had games released, so why not release more Lara Croft games, because they're usually really good. Alright, we're going to press the second and then the following statement, and then present the plushie. So skip the second statement, because obviously... As a member of the committee, you must at least have been familiar with her face. Sure, but that's about all. I saw her every once in a while. Alright, so skip the second one, because obviously, that'll progress the story. I don't want to do that.
Hold it.
Never had any trouble with her professionally? Don't be so silly, my boy. I'm far too important these days for such trivialities. Besides, our difference in standing meant we hardly ever interacted. That doesn't prove you didn't kill her, does it? Well, you would say that, wouldn't you? Anything to save your little friend. It certainly seems that Miss Ringer has some potential interest in you, at least. Indeed, indeed, but I can't for the life of me imagine why. Too bad, so sad. Without a motive, you can't logic your way into pinning this on me.
Hold it.
You have no idea at all as to why she was after you. Let's see now.
Because Dad's a real catch.
I suppose you could say that, yes. The admirers, they come, and then they go again.
Couldn't even dream of being like my dad.
Very true. I doubt many ordinary people could quite match his achievements. It's remarkable, really, to have so many people come into a life, and then for so many leave it. I certainly won't complain if you chose to leave, Verity, my dear. I think it's far more likely that you'll be the one leaving today, in handcuffs. Yes, yes, very droll, but if you think I'm finished, you will be sorely disappointed. Have to think back over what we know about the victim. If you're not sure how to approach this, take another look at the evidence. You just might find a new way to interpret old information. Are you trying to help me, Francisca? I'm trying to help Kay Faraday. I couldn't care less about you. Nice to see she really is worried for Kay, in her own Francisca sort of way. Now we post this one. So you're saying you barely knew the victim at all? That's exactly what I'm trying to say, my boy. Why, I never even knew about that burn mark on her hand. You didn't? I mean, what's the point? You get to know someone, but before you know it, they're gone. It's become such a pain to remember things about others. They're here one day and gone the next. Yes, because they dare to stand up to you, and you make them disappear. If you could please add your remark about the victim's burn to your testimony, Chairman Winner. Alright, so officer present on this one. You're sure you didn't know about the burn mark? You really don't let up, do you? I'm not in the habit of memorizing who has a scar on their hand and who doesn't. But this wasn't just any old scar. It's pretty... I'd say it's pretty noticeable, in fact. Perhaps under normal circumstances, but now that I think about it, Miss Ringer did always wear gloves. Truth be told, I wasn't aware of the burn mark until after the incident myself. Hands were always covered by a pair of gloves. Makes sense, of course. People can be very self-conscious about such things. Can they sympathize being something of a sensitive soul myself? I'd be not too sensitive to append that statement to your testimony. Okay. I guess the question is like going to be like, how did you know about the burn if nobody else knew about it? Because remember, his whole thing so far has been... His whole thing so far has basically been, oh, I have all of this evidence, and I'm going to basically show and do a bunch of, you know, things with this. And you may not even know about the evidence. So, yeah, I'm going to take a quick break real quick, and then we'll come back in a second, so... Oh, perfect. I think the ad's over now as well, so... I think I paused it right on the ad, so... Well, not paused it, but just like... so that no one missed anything, because there shouldn't be any ads playing at the moment now. So I did time it correctly. No one would have missed anything. Alright, back to the show, because we can probably finish... Again, we can probably finish this game today. I mean, it was something of a trademark of hers, yes. Who knew it was the height of burn mark? I always imagined it was just a fashion statement. Does your little friend there have something to hide under all those bandages, I wonder? Me? No, I don't have anything to hide. You don't? Not even the stony visage of a cold-blooded murderer? If anyone here is hiding such a thing, it's you. I will expose your true face if it's the last thing I do. You never fail to entertain, my boy. Go ahead and do your worst. So Miss Ringer always wore gloves. That reminds me of something. I should look over all the evidence again. But we do have the evidence of, this. Because one of the people recorded had a prominent burn, and so we know that, someone had to have known about it through another way, if that makes sense. Because yeah. So you didn't have to actually see it, you just had to know of it. So Miss Ringer always wore gloves. If she did, that raises a rather important question. Hides quite a contradiction. Contradiction, you say? Really? If we listen again to the conversation that was captured by the stuffed cow, you'll soon see what I mean. Alright, this has actually got, I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Nothing to say for yourself? I've waited so long for this day, and now I'll finally have my revenge. We can be reasonably certain that what we just heard is the moment the victim was attacked. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. He assumed that those were the words of the killer. And where's the problem in that? It seems like a perfectly sensible assumption to me. I'm afraid not, Chairman Winner. For you see, if the victim was always wearing gloves, as you just testified, then the burn mark on her hand should not have been visible to her killer.
Objection.
You speak as if gloves can't be easily removed. You could have taken them off during the auction.
Who's that Pokemon?
She hadn't. She was still wearing them when I changed places with her. They must have been on her hands when she was being murdered, too. What are you saying, my dear? You do know how much trouble you're in, don't you? I'm not scared of you anymore. I have Grandma on my side now. Now it's time for you to pay the piper, winner, you dang devil. I see, so you're both looking to disappear too. Oh. That can be arranged. He's just straight up just arranging for people to be killed. As well. Yeah, completely obvious. Like, again, what I'm just so confused about, though, is, like, if this is the guy who is the head of everything, why is this not the 5th case? So that makes me think, is there something else going on even beyond this? Not this time, Excelsius winner. The only person disappearing will be you.
Hey, you can't talk to my dad like that. Who cares if the burn was covered up? Why does that even matter?
Oh, it matters. Because it turns out, understanding the burn mark on its head.
What do you mean?
What can the fact that the victim's burn mark was covered up possibly tell us? The murderer had a burn mark too, the victim didn't have a burn mark, or there were no burn marks at all. It could be that the murderer also has a burn mark, because if the victim's burn mark was covered up, then that means the person that they... Well, where's the evidence I'm trying to see? It was this. One of the people recorded had a prominent burn. And so because they had a prominent burn, they had to have known who thing. So it means that the murderer had to have also had a... Because the victim, we already know that the victim has a burn... Well, pretty much it has to be this one, because we know that the victim has a burn mark, and we can't say that there weren't any burn marks at all. So that means the murderer had to have had one. That's the only and the only logical explanation that exists is this one. Any other things for trophies? I don't think so. No. Oh, wait, never mind. This is the end of the case. Like, once we present these last two things, that's basically the end of this case. Okay, so we are definitely going to get into case 5 today. For a decent amount of time. Yeah, okay, we are going to get into that. Okay, we are going to get into the 5th case. We won't finish the game today, because obviously the final case is usually like one of the longest ones, which says a lot, because case 2 and case 3 were both very, very long. Even this case is like... It took us like 8 hours yesterday, and we're heading towards the 10-hour, 11-hour mark. Think about it like this, Mr. Winner. The victim was wearing gloves, therefore the burn mark on her hand would not have been visible. In which case, whose burn mark was it that was being referenced in the recording?
Somebody who... Was it the victim?
Precisely, which can only mean that the culprit had a prominent burn mark too. Or to put it another way, I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Those words were spoken not by the murderer, but by the victim.
No way!
Objection.
Eustace, my boy, would you mind stepping aside for a sec? Look, Miles, it's nice to see you having fun with your little flights of fancy, but let's get serious. So the murderer had a burn mark now. Really? Where? Your little theory will either take flight or die, depending on your answer here, I'm afraid. So not messing around, I have to figure out where that burn mark was and fast. I wonder where it could have been. Well, the auction people were wearing disguises, right? Yes, and each disguise was different. Yet in spite of that, the burn mark was visible to the victim somehow, which means... Well, shall we? Enlighten us, why don't you? Where was the murderer's burn mark? I assume you have some evidence. Yeah. Also had a tattoo on the part of their face the mask didn't cover. It could have been based on this. The outfit the ringleader was wearing throughout the auction. Or rather, the outfit you were wearing, Chairman Winner. And what exactly is that supposed to tell us? A suit, white gloves, and a mask. This disguise should have covered almost all of your skin. But according to Nurse Needler's testimony, the auctioneer's mask didn't quite cover your entire face. And not only that, she claims to have seen a tattoo on the part that was exposed. But was it a tattoo, or did it simply mistake a burn mark for one? Burn mark on the face? This is what also just confuses me as well, is that, like, if Eustace is, if Eustace knows who his dad is, like, why would, you know, wouldn't he know, why would he be so shocked about all of this stuff? He should know that his father has a burn mark on his face if that's the case. He should know all these things. So something's definitely up. Something is definitely up.
Objection.
Sorry to interrupt you while you're so clearly enjoying yourself, dear boy. But I regret to inform you that none of the committee members had such a burn. Myself included, of course.
Dad, I mean...
Eustace, do you think you can be quiet, please? You can be foolish on your own time later. Well, you may be an annoyance most of the time, Mr. Winner. But on this particular occasion, I'm grateful for your presence. A reaction like that from you, his son, is as good as an indicator of the truth as you could have hoped for. It gives me a much-needed confidence boost concerning another theory of mine. Namely, who that one unexplained item belongs to. What's the matter with Mr. Winner? I think he might be in shock. After all, he's usually the last to figure things out. But in this case, he seems to have gotten there all too quickly. He knows that his father is indeed the real murderer. He's sad because he knows the truth? So, it's better not to know the truth at all. Okay, it's what we came here for. It doesn't matter how we got there, the important thing is finding the truth. You yourself told me that once, right when I needed to hear it the most. Now it's time for me to repay the favor, and show you the truth of your innocence. I want to know, too, the truth of what really happened. So please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you show me? Very much intend to. You don't know when to give up, do you? Where is this burn, then? Perhaps you could point it out to me. But you can't, can you? Because it's nowhere to be found. Just like your evidence that I'm the killer. Yeah, hunt for contradictions all you like. You won't find any. Because he's my dad. A winner through and through. I understand, Mr. Winner. I completely understand why you don't want to believe it's true. But if you ignore the truth now, you'll regret it for as long as you live. Dad, what do I do? Just don't understand it. How could I have raised such an utter buffoon? If you really wish to help your father, Eustace, you can try thinking on your own for once in your life. You useless nitwit. But I try all the time, Dad. All I do is try. I went to the school you wanted me to go to. I aced every test. Look at my jacket. They only give these to the valedictorian. I did everything you told me to. I worked like crazy and graduated top of my class. I tried to be just like you and win as many trophies as I could.
Objection.
You really are just a simpering simpleton, aren't you? Those tests you aced, I had the school give you perfect scores and all. Oh no. Here it comes. Okay, so basically now all the stuff that all the stuff that Eustace thinks that he was able to do is now just going to come out and just be like, yeah, all of it was fake. It's like, this is going to be the absolute worst. The absolute worst possible feeling. To basically have all of your, accomplishments and all of your anything be, thing, you know? Those debate and speech competitions you won? The judges were all friends of mine. If you never even realized that much, there's no hope for you, I'm afraid. None at all. You're no son of mine. Even you must see that. Oh. Is he gonna run away? Yep. Yep. Go on, my own son. They all leave in the end. I mean... even when he was trying, he was failing. And he did it all for me. Then he should have tried harder. You're a disgrace. What is it with this game? That's two people now. Two fathers in this game, and both of them are scumbags, basically. Gusto basically, like... once his son didn't taste his creations anymore, he basically just completely disowned his son and, like, went off elsewhere. Now you've got this guy who basically just forged the entire career that his son thought that he had. Yeah. You don't deserve to be a father, and you certainly don't deserve to be chairman of this committee. Even I feel sorry for the boy now. Oh, Mr. Winner. Explain yourself, Chairman Winner. Just do what you... what do you think your son is to treat in such a way? Utterly useless pawn sounds about right. But you're one to talk verity. You tried to worm your way into my trust by using Eustace too. I cannot deny it, however. I have never thought of him as a mere pawn. He may not be a naturally gifted prosecutor, but he tries. In some ways, he tries harder than anybody. That's what I have witnessed during my time with him. Yet you would call him useless. How could you?
Objection.
Because he is Verity, my girl. He is utterly incapable of doing anything I ask of him. Mr. Edgeworth, I entrust my offering to the goddess to you. So that you may use it to call your final judgment unto Mr. Excelsius Winner. Thank you, Your Honor. I've been more than ready to do so. The ringman has had a visible burn mark on their face that night. Then it would follow that Chairman Winner is currently hiding that mark somehow. How exactly was he dressed during the auction? That will be the key to solving this case at last. Now then, your answer, please. Which piece of evidence will help us to reveal the burn marks on the culprit's face? We have the... Do we have any proof of the masks? We have the masks here. I don't read this either. Oh, right, this is related to the other stuff. That's the 18 years ago case. This one here, I think. One wig was straight, the other wavy. Ringer's hair was straight, so wavy wasn't used. So the wavy wig would be the only way to describe it, because it would hide the... It would hide the... If he used the... And that would also explain the glasses as well, so... Yeah, it should be this. Because I said that there was one straight wig and one wavy wig. We didn't see the wave... We didn't see the... We didn't see one wig, but we saw, the other. So... According to Neither's testimony, if you will, there was one thing we never quite resolved. The second wig. The one that wasn't... That was... The one that was... That doesn't make any sense. The one that wasn't used. It should be the one that wasn't used. I seem to remember it being wavy. What are you two talking about? Nurse Needler apparently found some very interesting items when she went to swap places with the victim. What do they have to do with the burn mark? What she found were 2 wigs. One was intended to make her look like... more like the victim. Oh no, I forgot where I was up to in my other video. Yep. Oh great, it's crashed. No, no. I forgot about... to check the, I forgot to check something on my thing. I'm supposed to do that. I forgot to do that before I started streaming. I knew I forgot something. But what was the other one for? I don't suppose it was meant to be a spare. Doesn't take a huge leap of imagination to see the truth. Compare Chairman Winner's current appearance to that of the ringleader as it was described to us. Stop it. Stop staring at me. One very prominent difference presents itself. His face, or rather, what's around it. You mean... it wasn't a wig after all. Indeed, not a wig intended to go on the top of the head in any case. It was a fake beard all along, wasn't it, Excelsius Winner? Why, this is all my own, dear boy. How very unkind of you to suggest otherwise. We saw how your son reacted when he realized the truth. How he desperately tried to cover for you, even in light of his realization. Yet you still feared that he might expose you. So rather than take that risk, you bullied him until he couldn't take it anymore. Because he knew that your beard hides a prominent burn mark. Chairman Winner, I insist that you remove your beard this instant. He might remove it himself by... yep. Never mind. There it goes. And then there goes all the hair as well. There it is, the burn mark. Mr. Edgeworth, for bringing evil to justice before the eyes of the goddess, you have my thanks. No, thank you. I couldn't have done it without you. Excelsius Winner, in the name of the goddess, I hereby pronounce my verdict. In the matter of the murder of Miss Rosie Ringer, this court finds you guilty. Hold it. Oh, never mind. April 6, 9:44 a.m. Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. Chamber. There it is. That's it. All the rest of the people have left, and yeah, I'm actually quite happy with. For some reason I was expecting it to be somebody that we knew that was disguised, but it wasn't. So I guess that's also just something as well. So I guess that's also like the way that it is. Mr. Edgeworth, I can't thank you enough. You never gave up on me, even when I gave up on myself. It was very kind of you. There's no need to thank me. As a prosecutor... no, as a friend. It was the least I could do. Mr. Edgeworth, rejoice. I've learned that Chairman Winner has been safely delivered to the detention center. The search for the missing auction hammer continues. However, we are talking about Chairman Winner here, so it's highly likely that it has already been destroyed. In addition, there is one other matter I must inform you of. The chairman made a rather strange statement. According to him, the letters were not part of his plan. What? How could that be? He claims that he and Miss Needler found this letter on Miss Ringer's person. And that they then found a second letter on Kay's unconscious body. From their contents, the letters seem to be ones of correspondence. As So we leapt to the conclusion that they must have been working with each other. It's quite the conclusion to jump to. As he read the letters, that's when he came up with the idea to frame Miss Faraday for Miss Ringer's murder. So we decided to place the victims in a very conspicuous place. Namely, in her left chest pocket. Sounds to me like he's trying to make excuses for himself. Yes, I certainly thought the same. Perhaps it was some sort of last-ditch ploy on his part. But it matters not. He will answer to the goddess now. Under her scrutiny, such strategies cannot hope to succeed. He will not escape justice. And with that, one of the duties with which I have been entrusted with is complete at last. Judge Gavel, before you go, can you tell us what you know about how Chairman Winner came to murder Miss Ringer? There's more there, isn't there? Probably. I mean, it makes the most sense for there to be. Yes, and I suppose you have earned the right to the whole truth. Miss Ringer once had a lover, a press photographer. He was investigating the underground auctions as a freelance journalist. Before he could uncover the truth behind the auctions, he was disappeared. I guess they don't want to just say murdered. I mean, why don't they just say he disappeared? Why don't they just say he disappeared? He was disappeared. That makes it sound like Thanos. Thanos got to him or something. I don't know. Maybe Thanos did just get to him. He just got Thanos. Who knows? All Miss Ringer was left with were the memories and personal effects of her lover. So, seeking revenge on Chairman Winner, she made her appearance at the auction. Unfortunately for her, her opponent struck first. I see, so that's the story behind this case. Well, the goddess does not condone acts of wanton vengeance. Miss Ringer's actions have exposed Chairman Winner's crimes at last. So that was your real goal. You were tasked with exposing Excelsior's Winner and the corruption at the heart of the committee. Does anyone know what happened to Mr. Winner? I'm afraid I haven't been able to get in touch with him. Do you have any idea why? Probably because I wasn't there for him just now when he needed me most. Oh, I really feel bad for him. Well, don't pity him too much. At least he knows the truth now. No matter how hard it might be, he'll need to learn to accept it. If he can't, he'll never be able to move on with his life. Yep, she would know. Trust me. Yeah, she would know her father was obviously Von Karma. Father's influence isn't easily erased. But in time, he can hopefully try and change his ways. You're right. You've got to be. Can I change too, I wonder? Can I move on with my life? Okay, Kay, how's that head feeling? I'm fine, thank you. So sorry, Kay, you were my patient. I had a responsibility to you. Instead, I let them accuse you of... Dang right, we ain't just in the business of fixing bodies, Missy. The mind's where it all begins. Right, Grandma, speaking of which, how's your memory? It's like... With a little more time, maybe I'll be able to remember some more. Please forgive me, but I had better be on my way. I am to proceed over the trial of Fifi like God. Oh! That's the second... That's the second, one. That's the second, culprit. That is the second culprit. Bronco Knight case, huh? Who's the defense attorney? It's supposed to be Miss Ringer, but as she is no longer with us, you're still in the process of finding a replacement. Miss Ringer was scheduled to represent Warden Lagarde. Of course, until we find Eustace, there is nobody to act for the prosecution either. In any case, I must take my leave. Wait, please. What about Mr. Edgeworth's badge? What's going to happen to it now? With its chairman under arrest, the committee's activities have been suspended for the time being. So to answer your question, it's complicated. It's all up to the goddess now. But don't worry about it, Kay. It's a consequence of my own making. And I assume you do not mean to change your mind. Of course not. I chose the path of the truth. And I choose it willingly. With Chairman Winner out of the picture, justice is in the hands of the righteous once more. If you did wish to follow the path of the prosecutor again, Mr. Edgeworth, I would be more than happy to facilitate such a decision. It's very kind of you to offer, but I can't accept your help at this time. I can't ask for my badge back when I'm not even sure if I want it anymore. I see. Seems we are destined to continue on different paths, then. Well, I trust you'll keep my badge safe till they converge again. With all I have. In the meantime, I have here a token of the goddess's mercy. You may return this notebook to its rightful owner. Kay's promised notebook. It seems it was due to be sold in the auction. Wait, wait, what? Why would it be so? Why was this a part of the auction in the first place? Like, shouldn't Kay have access to this because it's her note? Like, I don't remember this being a piece of evidence. As far as I remember, I don't remember it being a piece of evidence in the previous game. That's what I at least remember. I have no idea. The name K written on its cover. Chairman Winner made the connection immediately and knew who it belonged to. It's the same name as the one in the letters, after all. The letters he claimed to know nothing about. I suppose he insisted he didn't prepare them. Yes, he also had something else to say. Apparently, he thought that Miss Faraday was after her notebook and that Miss Ringer was after her life. Their respective goals are what led them to cooperate and infiltrate the auction together. Fortunately for him, he misread the situation completely. It was all just happenstance. If Kay had known a defense attorney who was also a member of the committee, there's no way she wouldn't have told me. That just isn't like her. Your belief in her is touching. While the notebook did become part of Chairman Winner's cover-up scheme, it is also a treasured possession of Miss Faraday's, which is why I would like for her to have it back, as I am sure with the goddess. Thank you. Pray that it helps for her to recover her lost memories. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out. Is everything alright? Judge Gavin wanted me to return something important to you. Isn't that... Always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Daddy, I wrote them all down, Daddy. Yeah, I'm gonna keep all my promises and be a real hero when I grow up, just like you. Wait, I forgot to write one down. The most important promise of all. Promise number 5. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. I remembered it just how you said it, and now I'll never forget it. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. That's right. I have to try. Oh, it's like she's going through her own breakdown here. Kay Faraday, The great Faith will do anything to get her hands on the truth. Okay, she's back. She's back to her normal self now. Now we can go back to her normal voice because it's been so long since we've done it. This entire case, we've not been able to talk like Kay for the entire time. And we also get the music back. That fits her character. So, of course.
Second Yetic Garasu and assistant to Mr. Edgeworth.
Okay, is that really you?
Can't say I'm not a little bit embarrassed, but yeah, I'm back. And I couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Edgeworth. You never stopped helping me, even when I was totally lost and couldn't remember anything.
Thank goodness. You certainly seem to be back.
Hey, so this is the real you. Welcome back. So good to know you're better. You can sleep easy now. Now that you found it, don't you dare go losing that memory of yours again, young lady, you hear? Miss Needler, Dr. Hertz, thanks a lot for helping, for looking after me. If you really are better, how about you get that danged hospital duds? Yeah, I washed all your clothes for you. Here.
Thought they were with Detective Gumshoe.
Handed them over to us after they came back from forensics.
And did he happen to mention if forensics found anything of note?
I didn't ask. Anyway, never mind that now. Put them on, okay? I want to see.
Wait, what about her bandages? Surely it's too soon to remove them.
Oh, it's probably fine. She may have taken a big old bump to the head, but she wasn't really hurt otherwise.
But then, why all the bandages in the first place?
Prevention is better than cure. A stitch in time saves 9.
Those are just a few of my mottos. Both of which sound painfully annoying practices for your patients.
KK, transformation time. Yeah, now this is what I'm talking about. Fits like a stolen glove.
That smile suits you better too. As it always did.
Thanks to you too, Miss Von Karma. I'm so glad you showed up when you did.
I simply came when Scruffy asked me to. I'm sure he'll be very happy to see that you're back to your old self too.
Speaking of Gummy, where is he?
Who knows? Perhaps the well of his devotion ran dry when a certain someone threw away his badge. Detective Gumshoe? Anyway, I have to be going, and I'll be taking those two with me.
Wait, what's going to happen to them?
Acting as an accomplice in a murder and forging an autopsy report 18 years ago. Their crimes can't be allowed to go unpunished. But the fact that Excelsius Winner coerced them into cooperating will, of course, be taken into account.
Don't you worry about us, Kay. As long as Grandma and me are together, we'll be alright.
Take care, Kay Faraday, until we meet again. So, Kay. I know you only just got your memory back, but I need to ask some questions.
Sure, ask away.
What happened the day you lost your memory? What were you doing?
Let's see, somebody asked me to meet them at God Lake.
But I don't know who it was. Wait, there's it's a Steel Samurai, confectionery, I was gonna say confectionery stand. Steel Samurai, I don't know what to call it, not convenience store. It's the candy stand, you know, thing. That's what it basically is there for.
There I was, just looking up at the moon when somebody in a red raincoat started walking towards me. They must have drugged me somehow, because that's when I fell unconscious.
What? I'm not sure I follow. Kay was at Gourd Lake looking up at the moon.
Anyway, when I came to, I was on the roof of this building. I was in a daze and stumbling around up there when I saw the person in the red raincoat again, but they were lying on the ground. I was so surprised I stumbled backward. And then I was falling, and everything went dark. When I came to the second time, I couldn't remember anything. The person in the red raincoat? Where the hell were they? I'm sure they were walking in midair. Thinking about it makes my head hurt.
Just breathe, Kay. You only just got your memory back. You're still confused. Imagine the root cause of your confusion is you'll fall down the hatch your memories of 2 different locations or the name on the promise book. Wouldn't be the name of the promise book. The memory of 2 different locations, because she mentioned that she was at Gourd Lake watching something, and then she was suddenly drugged and then brought to the other places, so... Yeah. Because there's a couple other things we have to do here. And then you give her the letter. And then we'll finally be in the last case. Which we can, maybe we can get some trophies in the 2 hours then. Otherwise, this video might take a little bit longer to upload. But it should still be okay. It should still be plenty of time. Just making sure that, no, actually, no, we'll get a trophy today, so that's fine. We'll be able to definitely get this uploaded if I get it finished. I'd rather get it uploaded so that, I can guarantee that tomorrow's stream will happen at least. That would be nice. Okay, there we go. So we are going to get another trophy outside of just completing this chapter. And then we'll have only one more thing to go. We'll have, there'll be another trophy we can get later in Chapter 5, and then we just have to complete the game. Just gotta complete the game, and then we go from there and figure it out. Okay, so read this one. Imagine things are all mixed up in your mind because you're at Gourd Lake 1 minute, and then at the top of the big building the next. Because you saw the moon in both locations, your mind blended your memories of the 2 together. Those are 2 totally different places. No, I was pretty out of it, but I don't think I could have gotten them confused that easily. I believe these things on the roof may have made you more likely to be confused. It doesn't matter which one you pick, it's either the confectionery stand or the cherry tree. There are 2 key similarities between the scene down on Gourd Lake and here on top of the big building. Cherry blossoms and food stands. That's what I was trying to say, it's a food stand. Wait, you're right. Food stand, food stall. Those similarities are what cause your memories of both places to overlap. The person in the red raincoat wasn't walking in midair. They were walking towards you from across the park. But in your blurry memories, that same sight played out over the viewing platform instead. No way! Who steals a grapefruit's memories, huh? That's just cheating. Even still, this doesn't answer the question of who attacked Kay in the park. Was it the person in the red raincoat you saw? Okay. Do you hear that? Sounds like it's coming from up in the storeroom. Come on, let's go take a look. Well, hooey! I smell another scoop in the oven. You're still here? Someone's calling on an evidence phone? April 6, 9:53 AM, 51st floor storeroom. It's coming from this little gadget here, Mr. Edgeworth. This transceiver. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It's still going. But I'm no good at the technology. Come on, you have to pick up. Fine, I'll do it. Hey, this is Edgeworth. Hey, if you could refrain from answering strange calls for me. Mr. Edgeworth, I presume. I know that voice. Again, this is why I would like stuff to be voiced, because, like, how am I supposed to know which voice it is if it's not voiced? You're not telling me which voice it is. Shelley the Killer? Oh, you're back. I can't remember what his voice was, to be honest. Congratulations on another case solved. Yet I can't truly say it's been fully resolved, can you? I'm sure you've noticed by now that there was a mastermind at work orchestrating the entire incident. How do you even know about this case? That's not what's important right now. Let's focus on this certain individual for the time being, shall we? Have indeed been wondering myself if somebody else could have been involved. If not, how are we to explain the piece of evidence that proved so damning to Kay's case?
No way, an evil mastermind, but who?
Who indeed? Perhaps you could share your thoughts. What is the evidence in question that points to somebody else's, thing? It's the letter. These letters. The letter Kay supposedly wrote to the victim.
Yeah, I don't remember ever writing that.
So who did? Who would prepare such a thing? I know I'm not the only one who would like to know. How do we know it wasn't you? Now why would I do a thing like that? I believe the truth can only fully come to light in a court of law. But since you've had your badge revoked, that is no longer an option. So how will it end? I, for one, will be watching from the sidelines with interest. He even knows about my badge. Oh, and one last thing. I do hope you won't betray my trust in you. Now, I bid you farewell.
What the heck did he mean by the case hasn't been fully resolved? Why is he so interested in us anyway?
I think it's just one giant bowl of mysteries. Seems we've only scratched the surface of this case. But even without my badge, I'm going to carry on doing what I can. However this ends, one thing's for certain. Come what may, I will expose the truth. And there is the conclusion of the case and our trophy for the 4th case. And we have one more case to go. One more case to finish. 2 more optional trophies for stuff that we need to get as we play. And then we finish the case and get the platinum trophy and the credits, and we can go and talk about the game, and we can go and do whatever else we were going to do, and we will finally have this game done and out of the way, and we can start on a new one. So hopefully, maybe Sunday, we can, I'm thinking it'll be more likely Tuesday that we finish it, and then we can get right on back into Switch games, which doesn't require nearly as much setup. Doesn't require nearly as much setup at all. So I guess we'll just wait and see. And wonder if there's going to be something that happens with all that. Alright, case 5. We have a couple of hours of playing of this at least, so if we can get some decent progress done here, we might be able to finish the game on Sunday. If we don't finish the game on Sunday, we will probably be able to finish it on Tuesday. Might be able to have a nice long stream and get that done and out of the way. We can get our first platinum in like, what, 4 months? 3.5 to 4 months? Turnabout For The Ages. Last case. And it's got Eustace on the front. Let's just jump right in, shall we? See if we can get some more things finished.
Who's that Pokemon?
Turnabout For The Ages. Last case for a Phoenix Wright game for a while until we get a new Ace Attorney or until we get maybe the Layton crossover. So enjoy it. Like this will be the only other thing we might do is if Allison plays these games on stream. Why is it? Is there a giant kaiju? Oh, never mind. It's the kid. What is? It's the kid from the side of the 4th case. What is happening? Okay, we've got Godzilla? What is Godzilla doing? What is this? What is this case? I guess this is taking place, like, directly after case 4, because we've just exited the building, and it's the same day. April 6, 10:02 a.m., Big Building Plaza. What's next for the great Miles Edgeworth, huh? Wait, you are serious about not being a prosecutor no more, ain't you? Yes, I am. No longer a prosecutor. It's hard to believe, and yet... Can't stop thinking about what Mr. the Killer said. And we've got we've got the letter with us as well. And so I guess they just both start with this. Okay, good to know. Me either. Congratulations on another case solved. Yet I can't truly say it's been fully resolved, can you? This isn't over. We still don't know who the mysterious figure in the red raincoat at Gold Lake was. Or who really wrote that letter. We've been dancing to somebody else's tune this whole time, but whose? Still can't let it go, huh? You're like a dog with a dang bone, both of y'all are. Well, I got me some reporting to do, so I'll catch y'all later some other time, I guess. Ah, you have a new story to chase already? Trying to patronize me, girlie? You bet I got new stories. More than you can shake a stick at. Good report, as always, has 3 or 4 leads bubbling away in the old scoop pot. Somebody, please! Oh, what now? Oh, it's the director from the... Wait! It's the director... Excuse me, like, again, we saw this person previously. We saw this person in case 4, and that, I believe this is Maggie. We saw this person before at the start, it didn't show them at all. It showed them, but I didn't see. And now we've got Maggie again, so Maggie was in one of the previous cases, in this series actually. She was in case 1 of the first game. She was playing a security guard, and then she was also in another case in the original trilogy, where she basically just has the worst luck possible. That's basically her gimmick. She has the worst luck of any character. Well, the worst luck in terms of the things that she's involved with, I guess, is the way to put it. That's how I would explain it anyway. She has the worst luck of all those peeps. So yeah, I guess we'll just wait and see what happens with. Yeah. Let's keep going. Do I know her? What's the matter? Has something happened? There's a body. It looks almost like a monster might have. A monster? Well, I'll be. Anybody else smell the sweet, sweet smell of scoop soup? This way, hurry. All we saw was a kid and a, What's happened now? What indeed? I suppose there's only one way to find out. Okay, April 6th, 10:05 a.m., big building, empty lot. Okay, so I'm guessing that this is where they're filming a movie, they're doing something, because, yeah. These look like, yeah, footprints. It's right here's photo gold. Are you really trying to tell me that there was a Godzilla that, yeah. Footprints, but how big would a creature have to be to leave prints like this? Mr. Edgeworth, look! Huh? Wait a second, that's the president from the first case. The one that we saved from the assassination attempt, and then Shilong Lang is here as well, so Lang is involved, so Shengfar is involved. The president from the previous case that was, you know, the president from the first case that we saved from the fake assassination attempt, he's the victim, I guess. He's dead. He somehow got trampled by Gojira. Somehow this has happened. No idea how to explain, but that's basically what's happened.
Wait, the guy on the floor, that's...
No. Yeah. That's the... He's Zhang Wang, the president of Shangfa. Alright, I get to do Lang's voice again. This is the... Agent Lang? Mr. Prosecutor, how'd you get here so quick? What is going on here? You don't think that's exactly what I'm trying to figure out myself? Okay. President of Shangfa and the victim in this case, his body was found on a film set. Can't blame him for being on edge, I suppose. The leader of this country is dead. Speaking of which... the body is lying inside one of the footprints. What on earth happened to him? Well, I do see, like, a yellow patch on his, chest. So I'm wondering what that's for. Monster! Monster? What the heck you guys wanted me to say, huh? Time right there, foot monster prints, mister. The big old bad Torosaurus done stopped right through here. Ain't never been sure or nothing. Toru, what? And I suppose you mean you are sure. Suppose you mean you. I'm bumbling over my words right now. Interpol agent with an unrivaled arrest rate, originally from Shangfa. I am bumbling over my words right now. I need to slow down and I need to just read. I need to read instead. I'm bumbling over my words at the moment. And just slow my pace down, slow my roll, and just, yeah. Do that. That's right, here's the scoop to scoop up all the other scoops to bury him 10 feet deep. Man trampled by giant monster. They'll lead with that in every paper from here to Honolulu. Ridiculous. There's no such thing as monsters. Wait. The honor is all mine, Mr. Edgeworth. I am Ji Zhong Wang. Your efforts on behalf of Shangfa have not gone unnoticed. You averted something of a crisis. You're the assassin we've been looking for. In a sense, yes. A certain someone did indeed hire me to carry out a contract. And that contract did indeed specify that I was to assassinate President Wang. Did he finally manage to... You! Did you discover the body? Yes, that is, What are you doing, Agent Lang? Lang Shi says... Oh, he actually gets a scroll now. Begin at the beginning, with the first person to arrive at the scene. Well, did you really just discover the body? Yes. Hey, go easy on her. Can't you see she's scared? I don't think he's in the mood to go easy on anybody. Nobody's getting it easy today. Do you have any idea who that is lying dead over there? It's President Wang, the leader of Shangfa. Please, Agent Lang. You don't seem your usual self. In more ways than one, in fact. When we first met, you had more underlings than I could count. And you were known for your unrivaled arrest rate and your cool head under pressure. Now the underlings are gone, and you've forgotten the fundamentals of police work. What happened? What did you just say? Shouldn't you be looking over the scene instead of accusing the first person you run into? Or is it me who's forgotten the fundamentals? I don't need you to tell me how to do my job. I was just about to get started. Good. That seems to have calmed him down a little. We should take a look around too, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, I think we should. At least until the police arrive. I'm not strictly supposed to conduct investigations anymore. Don't nobody need to do no looking around. I done told you all who did this. It was Torosaurus, or my name ain't Lotta Heart. Wait.
Not who did this. What did it? Yeah, that. Are you quite finished? You have an investigation to be getting on with. Step aside, please. Can't order me around no more, mister. Step out of my dang ways more like it. You don't mess with this here scoop of mine and I'll be heck to pay and then some. Excuse me? The woman who found the body, where do I know her from? You're Mr. Edgeworth, right? Do you remember me? Oh, yes, of course. We met on, that case. Hey, wait, you two know each other? Yes, as a matter of fact, we do. From somewhere. Great to meet you. I'm Kay Faraday, Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Well, I never knew you're an adorable little assistant. I'm Penny Nichols. Look over at Global Studios. I'm in charge of props. It's nice to... Oh, right, no, this is not Maggie. This is the girl from the Samurai case. The Steel Samurai. I think that's still in the first game. Yeah, no, I got them confused for some reason. No, this is a different character. She was, she was on yeah, she was in the case, she was on the case for, the Steel Samurai stuff. That was who it was. Yeah. One of my old cases involved a murder on the set of the Steel Samurai TV show. Yeah, this was what... Yeah. I like that they have TV in lowercase letters, because whenever I write TV show, I always put TV in uppercase letters. Because it's an abbreviation. She was a member of the crew, and thus a person of interest, yeah. Just like how it says crew member. Age 20, a props person at Global Studios, and the first to discover the body. Her name is Penny. Why don't you just call her Penny Nichols? It just reminds me of that other thing that happened. Paths must have crossed several times while it was all going on. And yet, I'd completely forgotten her. It's good to see you again. So if you're here, I guess that means... That's right, we're here on location for Global Studios. Big deal, to tell you the truth. It's first in today. Want to make an early start. Then I noticed something was wrong. Footprints and the body. Take a closer look at the body in just a moment. In the meantime, can I ask you to notify the police? Yes, of course, right away. I need to speak to her at length a little later. First, let's go over the scene. There's plenty to look at besides the body. I need to examine everything in detail. Okay, I need to... There's a trophy that's in this area, but I don't know if I need to be in a specific part or not. Okay, no,
Oh, okay, no, never mind. We can do this while we're here, so. Okay. Just make sure that we examine the fence a second time. This is what we have to do for a trophy. Okay, big building, empty lot. What is it now? Can't y'all see I'm busy? God needs room to work, you know? Why are you so obsessed with the idea that this was a monster attack? Monsters don't exist. Surely even you know that. What did you... You don't even know what the heck you're talking about. Torosaurus is real, dang it. I know that for a fact. For a fact, hmm? How's that possible exactly? Because I done seen him. What? You saw Torosaurus? Where? How? Like, yeah, I seen him. That big bite bull himself. Right there in front of me. Was up on 51 over at that there big building just yesterday, right? Gathering materials for your story on the underground auction. Yes, we remember. Wait, you just misremembering. That's right, I done seen him right when I took that photo. Person in the red raincoat? Miss Rita, right? Yeah, y'all see that blind right there next to little Miss, Redcoat? Well, guess who I was on the other side of that at that very moment? That's right, Torosaurus! There's nothing there. Well, I can't rightly capture a dang thing. I was just a little too far away, that's all. I seen it alright, boy did I. Torosaurus' big old eye staring right at me, peeking right in at the window. A window-peeking monster. Anyhow, don't get no time to be shooting the breeze with y'all. Got snaps to snap, reporters to report. Quit bugging me, will you? Come on, get. The entire story was ridiculous. Didn't believe a word she said, did you, Mr. Edgeworth? Is it that obvious? Okay. So the body is located to the north there. Usually I like to try and do everything else around it. And then do the body because obviously that's the main investigation point that we have to do something for. So we will probably try and figure out what to do there. And hope that it's, that's correct. That's the plan. I don't know if I should go clockwise or anti-clockwise. I don't think it really matters. Probably shouldn't matter if I go which one way or the other. I think we just go the we just go and grab whatever we can, right? Because the body will be the last thing that we investigate. So can't leave. We'll just leave the body till last because that is the thing that will probably progress the story forward. This looks like equipment used by the lighting department. Wait, I just remembered there was something I wanted to ask you. Could you maybe light me up when I'm doing my next robbery? Help me look super cool? You want me to shine a light on you while you're committing a crime? Bet I do. What's so weird about that? What's the point of me doing my great feeding in the dark? Folks in the cheap seats won't be able to see a thing. Wait, you're imagining you'll be committing this robbery in front of an audience. There's no ladder or stepladder conversation here, I'm surprised. There's a ladder here. I thought that they would actually have a conversation, but I guess not. I guess not. This thing in front of the trailer here, it looks like a monster costume. What? That's a costume? Sure the monster that made these huge footprints didn't just shrink or something? Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. This thing in front of the trailer here, it looks like a monster costume. A costume. Can I investigate the actual footprints? I guess not. You're blocking the way. I can't go into here. Sorry, I got a little upset before. Finding the body. You were working here alone. That's right. Came before everybody else so I could get everything ready. As soon as I walked through the gate, I saw the footprints. That's the prints first thing in the morning. That must have been a real shock. They
They weren't there when I left yesterday evening, I'm sure of it. So the footprints must have appeared late last night. First glance, I thought maybe they were part of the set. Then I got closer and I saw that somebody was lying in the middle of one of them. You didn't notice until you were right up close? Yeah, my eyesight just seems to be getting worse and worse lately. I think I need new glasses. Didn't notice it was a body until I was right by it, which is why I got so shocked and ran away. That must be when we bumped into her. Movie Street. So you're shooting a movie. Wouldn't happen to be a Steel Samurai movie, would it? Nope. This one's a creature feature. You know, the Torosaurus movies, right? No, I'm not familiar with those. Well, I guess this is a fictional creature, so that's fine. I'm afraid not. You have to forgive Mr. Edgeworth. He only cares about the Steel Samurai. Yep, that's right. We only care about the Steel Samurai. That's the Edgeworth's #1 favorite. But he doesn't want to admit to anyone he likes it, but it's his favorite. Don't let him tell you otherwise. That's always the, yeah. That's not... Hey, that's alright. Not everyone's a fan. Soon they will be. There it is. There's the monster again. Definitely not... He's back after 12 years of silence. The big bad bull himself, Torosaurus. It's the first Torosaurus movie in a long time, so the crew's super excited about it. Also, that reminds me of the bull phone thing. Parts of it were set here at the big building, so I've been shooting on location. That explains what we saw yesterday. What's happening here? What's going on with the building? Just stay calm and talk to me, kid. Cut. I'm so sorry, we're shooting a movie. Could you, That must be what they were filming. So does Torosaurus smash the big building to pieces in the movie? I bet he does, right? Wouldn't you like to know? You just have to wait till find out in the theater. Here, you can have this if you like. Oh, thank you. This is a pretty cool, thing there. An epic rivalry is born. Torosaurus versus Gordy. The legendary Torosaurus vs. Gordy, a Global Studios production. So it's a giant bull versus a giant snake. Giant bull versus giant snake. That's right. It's not just Torosaurus on his own this time around. He's an arch nemesis. You know, Gordy, right? The monster from Gord Lake? Oh, yeah, wasn't everybody talking about it a couple of years back? Mysterious creature in the lake. It showed up in that couple's photo one day. Hot news, giant life form appears in Gord Lake. In other words, it is, the Loch Ness Monster. Yeah, it's the Loch Ness Monster. Not only were people talking about it, it played a major part in one of my cases. Yeah, this was also the, I think this was also in, Case 4 of the first game. I think it was in one of them. I think it was this one. Not a name I'm too wild about hearing again. Which was fascinated by the stories, which is how Gordy wound up in the movie. A little behind the times, but better late than never, I suppose. Just wait till you see the two legends tearing into each other on the big screen. Creature feature flyer. Latest in the series after a 12-year hiatus, Torosaurus vs. Gordy. Front gates. I think we need to learn a little more about the front gate security situation here on set. Miss Nichols, is the set kept locked overnight?
Yeah, we used one of these. Combination lock, huh? So anybody who knows the code can get in or out. And was the lock in place when you arrived this morning? Yep, everyone was locked up tight when I got here. Who knows the combination? The producer, the director, the crew, the actors. Basically everybody who's working on the movie. So any member of the cast or crew could have opened the lock and entered. Used on the front gate, only the cast and crew know the combination. That's also very surprising that, like, they would have a lock and then the... Why would everyone who was in the cast need to know? That just feels a little bit, unnecessary. Okay, we'll leave her alone for now. We're gonna leave the body until later, because, obviously, this is gonna be the most important, I would think. And Shang-Chi, obviously, would be... Why did I say Shang-Chi? Lang. Shilong Lang. Not Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi's the superhero. Miss Nichols, where does this exit lead? Plat? Oh, onto the grounds of the big building. Yet another case with direct ties to that same building. The building was with the hidden 51st floor used to store the lots for illicit auctions. Guess it wouldn't be much of a surprise if it turned out to be hiding yet more secrets. So to the underground auctions, there was an entrance to the hidden 51st floor on the roof. Look at this chain and padlock. Oh, look at that! Somebody cut the chain. They did? I'm sure it was still intact when I left yesterday. So it's possible that this is where the killer entered from. Chain holding the side gate closed was cut. Did the killer do it? What's the matter now? Look at that huge dent! How did that get there? You're right, that is a big dent. Would have taken a sizable object to make it, and a heavy one too. That wasn't like that yesterday either. It wasn't. I guess that means the dent must have been made last night at some point. It was fine yesterday. Did something heavy bump into it? Like, apparently talking to this will get me another... So the grounds of the big building lie beyond this gate. But look at it from here, you'd think it was just an ordinary building, huh? Wait... That's Phoenix and Maya. There's no one really special around to speak of. Kay's like, there's no one really special around to speak of either. So, again, she doesn't know who Phoenix and Maya are, so... obviously she has no clue that they're actually, like, basically the protagonist and the assistant. She doesn't know that at all. Which is, interesting. Of course. Well, there's our trophy then, I guess. Well, no one from our current vantage point at any rate. Anyway, we don't have time to ponder such things. We need to investigate this entire lot. Yep, there's a trophy. I also forgot to talk to Kay beforehand. I was supposed to do that. There we go. So we got one more optional trophy left, and then everything else is basically just finished the case. And then we get the gallery. Everything gets unlocked in the gallery because we, played the game. The gallery stuff unlocks when we finish each case, so... Where is it here? Yeah, for examining the side gate twice to see a familiar face in each thing. And then we got the, obviously, the other one before. So another reference to, Phoenix Ray. Can't believe somebody murdered the president. Well, I say somebody, but maybe I should say something. I don't really believe that, do you? It's a giant creature, trampled him to death? Are you saying that's not what happened? You did kill the president, huh? Could have been any number of people. The person in his position is never short of enemies. Surely the killer himself was hired to go after him, as we know. So you're saying maybe somebody like Mr. Killer murdered him? Can't say anything for certain, but it's a possibility we can't discount for now.
Right, just like the possibility that a monster killed him. That's a monster footprint he's lying in, Mr. Edgeworth. What else could it be? There's a horn thing right by the body, too. Horn thing? I guess we can't say for sure that it's not related to the case. Maybe we should compare it to some of the items of evidence we've found so far. Also, we'll leave the logic to last, of course. Can't believe we ran into Agent Lang, here of all places. Seems a little out of sorts, though, huh? He does, but that's to be expected. He's from Shangfar, after all. You can't expect him not to be affected by his president's death. Hey, where were the guys in the black suits he always had with him? Thought they never left his side. Where indeed? What happened, Agent Lang? Because there probably isn't all that much to actually really, like, analyze here. Hey, these are those plastic sheets you can put down when you have a picnic. They're plastic sheets, that much is true, but I don't think that's what they're used for. Want me to explain, Mr. Edgeworth? So waterproof sheets, we use them to protect the camera when it's up to the crane. If it starts raining while we're shooting, we can just cover up and keep going. I see, so they must be pretty big, right? Oh yeah, they have to be able to cover the whole rig. Wouldn't be much point using them otherwise. Weather was pretty patchy yesterday, so we wound up using them quite a bit. What's this big metal stick thing? Is it for climbing trees or something? No, it's a camera crane. It's used for filming from an elevated viewpoint. There's no camera currently attached, but it would be positioned at the top there. Gotcha. Sounds perfect for casing a place before a burglary. Mind if I go ask somebody about borrowing it? And how do you propose to transport it if the answer is yes? Easy, you take the bottom part, I take the top. So I'm helping now. And if we go one little step at a time, we'll be back at your place before we know it. And we're walking it back to my house? I still can't investigate the, thing for some reason. Alright, I guess now we just have the body, so we'll go and, well, we have Lang Shi to talk to, and then we have the body, so we'll do that. So, Mr. Prosecutor, we meet again. Yes, we saw you at the detention center the other day, too. Had some business to take care of, I take it, Agent Lang. You could say that. Nothing that need concern you, though. Yeah, you really have a habit of showing up in the wrong place at the wrong time. You're a bad penny, a bad omen, and a bad smell all rolled into one. Just stay out of my way, okay? I've got a present to avenge. Why are you here? You're already at the scene when we got here. Why? What were you doing in the area? What am I, a suspect? You might be. Look, I heard a scream and came running, okay? Guess it was our friend from the crew. Came in from that gate over there. Somebody already got rid of the lock for me. Not completely, I can still see it on the floor there. Perhaps I should take a closer look. When I got here, I saw a movie girl running out on the other gate. In other words, he arrived right around the same time we did. So he had business here at the big building. Something like that. A date with destiny, let's call it. He was similarly enigmatic when we saw him at the detention center. Let me guess, you're a huge Creature Feature fan, so you came to see them filming the Torosaurus movie. Creature Features? What do you think I am? Not the type of person who thinks a creature might have done this, I hope. President Wang. Sorry about the President. You have my deepest condolences. Thanks. He was a great man. Shingfa would be lost without him. You and he were close, correct? Thank you for the like, Kaisaks. Welcome in. Hope that you're having a good morning. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you once again for the look. It all started when he hired my father. That was our big break. Now these, I just like that there's been several characters here that are like, really muscular and yet they're, old, supposed to be old. Like,
what's his name was, thank you, also for the lurk flip. How are we doing today? I'm doing good, a little bit, but we're on to the last case. The last case of the game. We're not going to finish it today, but at least we've got in the vision, in the, ahead of us, we can at least see the end of this game. It might not be next stream, but it might be the stream after that one. We'll have to wait and see how much time we get. Hope that everything's going well with you as well. I'm doing very good though today. Yeah, very, very close. It's not the next stream, it might be the stream after that one, at least when we played this. Finally a platinum trophy after like, when was the last one? When was my last platinum? My last platinum was the 21st of April, so... like what, 4.5 months? No, yeah, 4.5 months, basically. Since the, well, around that, around 4.5 months. In about an hour and a half, probably. Unless I choose to go over. I'll probably be another hour and a half or so. There's no way we'll finish this case today. We've just gotten to the start of, like, the investigation. The very, very first investigation part. There's no way we're finishing it today. Even if I did extend my time more, but, yeah. Yes. Yes. That is the Australian... That is the queue times. I'm not kidding you. Those are the queue times. Yeah, I think it's because of the time zone. So, obviously, when I watch my friends play Marvel Rivals, they're from the US, and so the US times that they're playing it is like, it's like late at night. So, I'm assuming that it's super, super popular, like, to play all that stuff, like, late at night for people in that region, but, I play during the daytime, and so most people probably in my time zone are probably, like, either just waking up, doing something before work, or they're like, not doing anything. I can't explain it, to be honest. And it never used to be like this. I played the game for 2 weeks. I played the game for 2 weeks one point for the most part. 1 week, no problem. Nothing at all. Which was when I think it seems like the only time it doesn't happen is when there's a new character. But then another week, it happened every day of that week that I had played, so I cannot explain what's going on. Sometimes it'll happen twice in a row, so I've had 2 99-minute queues in a row. So like close to 4 hours of waiting time for a game. And I cannot explain it. And other people have had it as well. 30-minute queues, hour-long queues. Yeah. I mean, I don't do that really, just because it's like, I mean, I get annoyed with having to wait, but at the same time, you know, I get annoyed with waiting, but at the same time, I can do other things, I guess. I usually try and, like, talk during it, but or take a break, but... I don't know, when I see my friend having, like, 5-second queue times, that, and just unfortunate. It's just very, very unfortunate. I can't explain it. I thought at first it was my game, I thought at first it was my internet connection, I thought it was like something to do with the servers, and then I really thought about it and it's like, no, it's got to do with the time zone, because when you select your... When you select the server, like I can't... I could get more games, I could get games in 5 seconds, but I'd have to use American servers, which would then mean my lag would be... I would rather not play and get potential games than play and have, like, lag to the point where I could not even play the game anyway. It's already hard enough as it is. It's already hard enough, the game's already hard enough as it is to try and, to try and win, let alone playing with like 200 ping against players that have no ping. So yeah, it just is what it is. He gave my father medal after medal. They had to come up with new ones just for him. In the end, there were no medals left to give, so he made us the keepers of his last will and testament. I still do enjoy the game, though. I just get annoyed by the toxic players. It gets really, really bad. I usually don't respond to them anyway. But it's... I've had people that I've been in games with, and they've, like... Even if they're on the opposite team, it's just nothing but trash talking constantly. And I usually just ignore it, but at the same time, it's just like... These people are just exposing themselves. I had, I remember we lost a game, and someone said that, someone should grenade my house. Like, that's how... Mute all gonna get that tatted somewhere. I mean, I wish that they would just make different lobbies. I'm not sure if you were familiar with the, Friday the 13th game. The Friday the 13th game did this really creative, like, thing. They basically called it the salt mines. They called it the salt mines, and so anybody that had, like, was cheating, anybody that was, like, quitting out of games, doing, like, the wrong thing, if they broke that too many times, they got sent to the salt mines. And the salt mines is essentially, like, a gathering of all the players that do that. All the players that do all that stuff get put into the salt mines, and so the only time that they can get games is with people that have been cheating, that have been disconnecting, and so it's like, you have to work your way out of the salt mines to get back into the good graces of things. So they should just do that with Marvel Rivals. Just make a salt mines, and anybody who wants to disconnect, and anyone who wants to, like, trash talk and threaten people and stuff, just send them to the salt mines and have them, like, fight against each other. And then maybe after they've learnt their lesson... Why hasn't League done that yet? I have no idea. I just found it hilarious that they called it the salt mine in Friday the 13th. They should do that in every multiplayer game. Every multiplayer game should have a salt mine. Basically, yeah, limbo for rule breakers, limbo for disconnecting, limbo for cheating, limbo for all the bad apples, basically. Just put them all in a group, and then maybe that will teach people to... I mean, granted, they'll just make new accounts, but still. If only they could tie it to, IPs. Those medals, that Judy, they're our greatest pride, our family jewels. Never thought we'd be unsealing that will so soon. Like, that's really what they should do. More games need to do that. Sounds like your family and the president was super close. Wait, when that whole thing happened at the lake, you went with the president then, right? Like, no joke, there was a game of Marvel Rivals that I had where, what was it that happened? We were losing, and they just decided to sit in the spawn, and all they did was just complain constantly. They just kept complaining about how bad everything was, and it was like they were just standing in the spawn doing nothing the whole second round, and apparently they always do this. They always have a baby rage moment when it comes to if they are losing. And then I also remember that there was someone else that was always going around bragging about, like, there was someone else that was always going around bragging that they do this in every game, but it's like, this is why they need to change it. If you've got people that are just going to be AFK the entire game and just moving, you know, and not doing anything. There was another game where someone was just playing as Loki and Invisible Woman, and they were just invisible the entire time, and they were just walking around the map and just not doing anything. So they need to fix something with these games, and I think the salt mine idea would work. Just a gathering of everybody that is. The only problem is the IP, because anyone can just get a VPN nowadays. So if they can find out a way to maybe, if they can maybe find a way for, to make the IP bans not, you know, if they can find a way to IP ban people where they can't get back into the game, maybe that would be something, but I don't know how you would do it, because people could uninstall the game, people could delete the game, and make a new account. Gotta be something, right? Because I remember 20 years ago, like, if someone did something like that, where they were, like, being racist, or sexist, or, like, cheating, stuff like that, you could just IP ban that person, and they could never play that game with using that IP ever again. And VPNs back then were only used for, like, honestly used for illegal purposes, if anything. Like, nobody really used VPNs back then. It just wasn't something that was popular. Now it's just anyone can use one. And honestly, they basically promote you to using one just because of, like, getting rid of a lot. The VPNs nowadays are more useful because of scams. It avoids a lot of scams, avoids a lot of information bleeding out into the internet. So it actually helps out with that. But back then it wasn't really. My father and the president being friends. Our family being the ones who kept him safe. He just changed one day. It was like he became a different person. So I don't know, I think it's a creative, like, thing that they could try. But then again, I could see people just complaining about it, and it's like, people get too serious in these games and just get frustrated about, like, losing. I get losing sucks, but at the same time, it doesn't suck to the point where you should be, like, threatening people. Or, like, spouting out racist, like, slurs and stuff, and putting in, like, people trying to say, oh, you can't report me, I didn't actually say the word, and it's like they put an extra letter in to hide the fact that they actually are saying things. They definitely need to do something like that. Now, he doesn't trust the Miss one bit. I wonder what happened 12 years ago. But regardless of what happened, I still respected him. Shingfar may not be a big country, but he held that place together. Damn it, what was the security detail thinking? Imagine you've already contacted the embassy. Of course I have. The government and my family. They'll be going crazy right now thinking about what needs to happen with that will. Things will be getting crazy here soon, too. Those bodyguards will be all over the place. If you're not a fan of trouble, you'd leave before they get here. Look, Mr. Prosecutor, these days, I'm a one-man outfit, a lone wolf. They won't be letting me lead the investigation, but I've still got fangs. And I can still bite back. I'll find whoever did this. I won't let you or anybody else get in my way. Alright, now we can investigate the body. Investigate the body, and then we have all the logic to do. Pretty much that's it. Really is him, huh? Certainly appears to be. Same man we met only a few days ago. This time, the president really did get assassinated. So that is where it happened. The assassin certainly chose an attention-grabbing method. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Alright. No obvious wounds, but he's definitely not breathing. Alright, we're gonna have to fully, like, investigate everything that's happened here. So it really was a monster. Trampled by a giant creature. Impossible. The president found in a giant footprint. Could a monster have... There's something stuck to the front of his clothes there. Yes, speckles of a yellow substance. I bet it's monster drool. Yeah, that must be it. Please, Kay, can you at least try to be sensible? We'll need forensics to tell us what it might be. Alright, it looks to be pretty much everything the body can tell us. Really? That's just the only thing that we're investigating. Just click on the body once. Better note it all down. Crime scene notes, surrounded by shards of concrete, flecks of something yellow stuck to clothes. We didn't even get to fully investigate the body. Are you serious right now? Okay. Whoops. Body surrounded by a piece of smashed up concrete. Yes, they look to have been thrown clear when the ground was broken.
Sent flying by the mighty impact of a giant creature's foot.
Sure, assuming this was the work of a giant creature. The concrete was broken and the earth exposed. But where are they? But are they really footprints?
Just look at the shape. I know a hoof when I see one. There's only one thing that can possibly be the footprint of an enormous, terrifying beast. And it's not just the one. There are three.
3 giant cloven hoof-shaped imprints were found at the scene.
You know that's impossible, don't you? You know that monsters aren't real.
Sure, I probably know that somewhere deep down, but it's way more fun to believe that they are. Job is to pursue the truth, okay? Not to believe what feels the most fun at this moment. No other... We're just the horn here, that's all we've got.
What's this white thing here? Wait, it's a bone. Does that mean 2 murders?
Looks more like a horn than a bone to me. So we have a piece of evidence that might tell us whose horn it might be. I think that's everything in this area. Done. Okay. Anything that I'm missing? That's all fine. So I guess now we just do the suspicions, because I don't think there's any other things on the body. No, it's not. So we just do the logic. Okay, so the first thing of logic we want to do is combination lock and side gate cut. And then we want to deduce the flying thing, and then we go and talk to the thing again. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so we're pretty much just waiting until we get to the arguments. Combination lock on the gate leading to the plaza was intact when Miss Nichols arrived. But the lock on the gate leading out to the side of the big building has been cut. What does this tell us?
Easy, that the killer used the side gate.
Precisely, and it tells us something else important too. Namely that our culprit didn't know the number for the combination lock.
You're right. It would have been way easier to come in that way if they did. But instead they chose the classic Feats route. The lesser-known side entrance. This is no run-of-the-mill criminal, Mr. Edgeworth. We need to keep our wits about us.
Not sure we should be excited by that fact, Kay. Anyway, we know that everybody working on the movie knew the combination, which makes it likely that the culprit wasn't a member of the cast or crew. Okay, combination lock on the front gate was left untouched while the side gate's chain was cut sometime last night. So now we want to deduce from the body that the horn... I'm assuming that that belongs to the... Wait, do we not have the... Oh right, no, the horn from the, yeah, the poster. This could be one of Torosaurus's horns. couldn't it?
Right, totally could. Maybe it's part of a prop from the movie.
If it is, it must be from something pretty big, judging by the size.
What's it doing on the ground here?
Should ask one of the crew, maybe they'll know. Okay, so now we back out, we talk to the crew, and then we have basically a whole bunch of just talking segments. Until we get to the pressing statements. Broken horn. This horn, do you recognize it? Well, that's part of one of Torosaurus's horns. It's what model we use for promotional stuff. Where did you find it? On the ground near the side entrance. It's weird. We keep a replica of Torosaurus's head up on the roof of the trailer over there. And it's quite large, I assume. Oh yeah, well, not as big as the real thing, obviously, but it's still pretty big. It's just up there, see it? Are we gonna be able to go up there? Maybe? Right there. That really is big. Found fallen next to the body, the head's usually kept up on the roof of the trailer, and that's where it was supposed to be yesterday as well. Okay, am I missing some evidence? Because I can't progress the... Or do I have to do another logic press statement thingy? Oh, there's a... Can I... Is there something else that I'm missing? I think I've got everything here, because Lotta doesn't know anything. Why are you obsessed with the idea that this was a monster or something? Oh, never mind, just... I accidentally clicked. I thought that... I forgot that she actually asked us. Oh, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do another dented horn. That's what I didn't do. It's alright, I forgot to connect the dented horn with the, I thought for a second I missed some evidence. Alright, there we go. Both the dent in the fence and the broken horn weren't there yesterday, according to our witness. Which leads me to wonder...
Wait, you think that giant Torosaurus head could have...
I do. I think it could well have rolled off of the trailer roof and landed in the lot below. Seems more than possible, and also means... Wait, is that all the... That should be everything, right? We don't have to tear it to something else. No one else is around to talk for anything. Maybe we do another logic? Maybe we do this?
Who's that Pokemon?
There's no sign of a murder weapon anywhere.
Yeah, there isn't.
Now, this is still only a possibility. But if the Taurus's head somehow fell from the roof from up there.
Yeah, that could kill somebody for sure.
Miss Nichols, would you mind if we took a look up on the roof of the trailer? We go up there? Sure, I don't see why not. Knock yourselves out. Oh, but don't do that, literally. The steps can be kind of slippy. Alright, I'm done here. I found out what I need to know for now. And what might that be, I wonder? What is this devil kid doing here? I'm wondering what... We still don't know who this is. This kid appeared at the start of the 4th case, and now he's here. He was also in the movie as well for the 5th, at the start of the 5th. Move, old man. What'd you say to me? You need to learn some manners, kid. Wait, didn't someone say they saw a cow? No, you need to learn when you're in the way. Quit whining and get out of here. What the? I'm so sorry about him. Sean, apologize to the nice man. Come on, Sean, you know you can't speak to people like that. Whatever, who the heck was he? Policeman, that too. Why would you antagonize him like that? I thought there was going to be trouble for a second there. I don't think I've ever seen anybody stand up to Agent Lang like that. Let me introduce you all. Everybody, this is Sean... Okay, I get it. I get it. I get the pun. Sean Penn. Sean Penn is obviously an actor who is basically known. That's Sean Bean. I was about to say just Sean Penn is Sean Bean. Like Sean Bean is an actor who's basically known for dying in a ton of movies. I think he has like 71, at least 71 deaths in movies. If not more now. So that's who he basically is. But Sean Penn is obviously a pun of Sean Penn, the actor, who is also just as famous, I would say. To be honest with you, he would be just as famous. So this is Sean Penn, everyone. He's the star of the movie we're making. The star? This little boy? I guess this explains the cow that they thought they saw. Hi there, I'm Kay Faraday. It's great to meet you. Sean, this is Mars Edgeworth. It's a prosecutor. Prosecutor? That's right, and a pretty famous one at that. If he's a prosecutor, where's his badge? He certainly doesn't pull any punches. Well, he is right. I might not want to go to get too close, Sean. She's right. It's no sight for a child. I mean, it's already too late now. He's already seen it. Age 13, the child star of the monster movie being filmed, mature for his age with a menacing demeanor. He didn't seem like he was mature for his age. He just seemed like he was a brat. Like, at least his responses anyway. He's not mature for a 13-year-old. Absolutely not. He's involved in all this nonetheless. I'll need to speak with him. I don't think there's anybody else that's around that wants to talk to us outside of Sean, probably. And there's no one, and Lang's not around anymore. We can't, we can examine this at least. Actually, would you mind coming up there with us? Sure, after you. We'll talk to Sean later. We know that we can talk to him later. So this is the mighty Torosaurus. Looks different from before. Yeah, he's way cooler on the flyer. What's with the weird nose ring on this this model? Oh, I forgot. You two aren't Torosaurus fans. This is the original Torosaurus design from 12 years back. So, what's the one on the flyer? It's the old new Torosaurus. They gave him a makeover especially for the movie. He looks so much more contemporary now, don't you think? A makeover? He's totally different. This one's, it's just a cow. I mean, he is just a cow. Well, at least he was originally based on a cow. He's a monstrosity.
A monstrosity?
Yeah, the cow, man's best friend, reimagined as a terrifying monster. Totally makes you think about our whole relationship with nature, right? That was the original concept.
I think the concept might be a little lost on me.
Me too, I'm afraid. Alright, I guess I can examine here too. I thought we had to talk to Sean, but I'm guessing we're gonna have to anyway, but I thought that we wouldn't be able to do anything up here, but we'll go and examine everything anyway, because we have a lot of things we can grab for free, so why not just do that? Just grab everything for 3, may as well. What was made for promotional events, stuff like that.
So people would remember the old Torosaurus and realize this was a reboot. He does look different. People might not get it otherwise.
Just as we thought, his horn is broken.
So the model, it really is what killed the president.
I think it's a distinct possibility, but there's one thing I don't quite understand.
What's that?
Miss Nichols, the model looks very heavy. How do you move it around? Oh, it comes apart. You know the trick, it's not so hard. I guess if you didn't, you might struggle to figure it out. If you happen not to be a member of the cast or crew, for example.
Once it's in pieces, could one person move it?
Yeah, even I could. Maybe not very fast, but I could. Torosaurus head modeled on the first generation Torosaurus design seems like it fell from the roof of the on-set production trailer last night. Sure, I remember that face from somewhere. Yeah, it's the broken doll statue thing that was in the president's and it's also relevant to the plushie as well. So yeah. That's also the thing that's happening.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. I know this cow.
Funny, I was just thinking the exact same thing. We know it from the president's plane, of course. And from the auction. It's President Wang's plushie.
It was a soft toy version of the original Torosaurus.
Can this really be just a coincidence? When President Wang can record and play back sound. So we've actually got that in our organizer too. That we can't examine.
I guess if he had a plushie of Torosaurus, President Wang must have been a fan. So he did try to pick up the big model head of his favorite monster to get crushed by it or something.
I think it might be a little heavy for one person to lift alone. And as we've learned, only members of the cast and crew know how to take it apart.
Torosaurus was real, don't explain this whole thing. Come on, you can play along just once, can't you? Prove it was him with logic or something.
I don't think I've ever seen somebody actually rub their hands together with anticipation.
The heater here, do you think it's to keep the crew warm or something?
Would imagine so. It's spring now, but the evenings can still be pretty chilly. It really gets in your bones.
Aw, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You can't start talking like an old fogey. You already look like one. You have to talk young and bright and happy.
You may not have noticed, Kay, but that's not exactly my style. They just look like cans of paint thinner. I guess they were being used by the prop department.
Look at the ground around them, Mr. Edgeworth. It's all burned.
Indeed, as in the blue sheet underneath, and the nearby newspaper, and the outside of the cans.
Wait, do you think the Torosaurus head can breathe fire? Nah, this old guy doesn't look like the fire-breathing type.
That's not even possible, let alone likely. Still, the fire was started somehow. wooden table suddenly collapsed. Parts of it are badly scorched. It's weird, the head should be on that table.
But the legs are broken. Guess Torosaurus isn't going back on there now.
The scorch marks look particularly bad where the legs snapped off. I think there might have been a fire up here.
Do you think that's what happened to the legs?
Yes, and when the fire had burned through the legs, the table would have collapsed, and the head would have fallen
onto the ground below. You're right, the fire caused the head to fall.
Indeed, and I also happen to have an idea about how the fire may have started. Those cans of paint thinner by the heater are pretty flammable, not a great place to keep them. You're right, I'm sorry. I'll make sure somebody moves them. The stove didn't get used yesterday. Oh, well, I was here anyway. Which makes this the question of what could have started the fire all the more interesting. Well, all we know is that we didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. That's all that we know. We didn't start the fire. We didn't light it, but we tried to fight it. If you know, you know.
Yeah, I think I could probably throw that little baby over my shoulder and carry it out of here.
You're not thinking of stealing it, are you, Kay?
No, I was thinking I could just carry it around with me. Then every time you shout objection, I can light you up with it and make you look super cool. Yeah, I can picture it now. You look amazing. Well, do I get the job? When do I start?
Hopefully never. It was Sean, wasn't it? Do you mind if I ask you some questions?
You're really a prosecutor? You just look like an old guy to me.
I am. Old guy? Charmed, I'm sure.
Badge first, then we talk.
I don't have my badge right now.
How do you expect people to believe you're a prosecutor? He's not the friendliest, huh? You want me to try talking to him?
Why not? I doubt it can hurt. I never was good with children. Sean.
So you're an actor, right, Sean? Yeah, so what? That's amazing. You're so cool. It's not that big of a deal.
Kay's approach seems to be having an effect.
So, those horns of yours.
Yeah, what about them?
Those? The makeup department made them.
The character he plays has a special psychic link with Torosaurus. Okay, very similar to the whole thing with Kong. Kong and the little girl from the more recent movies.
I want to learn to communicate with his giant friend. Isn't that right, Sean? Shut up, will you? I don't need to know all that stuff.
Sorry. Well, the power dynamic here seems pretty obvious.
Still, that's kind of amazing, huh? The lead character in a movie? While you're still in elementary school? That's crazy.
Oh, uh-oh. Has something just happened? He doesn't like being called a kid, right? Sean's actually 13. He just looks a little younger.
What? But look at him. He's so little and cute, and the backpack, I just thought...
Backpack's part of his costume. He's playing a role, remember? Yeah, I guess he is, huh? But he is kinda small, you have to admit. We try not to talk about that too much in front of him.
Sid, stop yelling, telling people stuff they don't need to know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So it's all part of the role, except for the carton of milk, maybe. President Wang.
Dead guy? That's the president, right? Yeah, you knew him? A little. I met him once.
He's meeting with presidents now?
That was a real piece of work. Hey, you can't say that. It's not nice. What was so bad about him anyway? Don't want to talk about it. Fine, I guess.
Well, President Wang was working with us on the movie. Working with you? How exactly?
He had a part, just a cameo, nothing big. So he came to look around the set one time. That would have been when Sean met him. Why put the president in your movie? He was a huge fan of the original Torosaurus. So the studio offered him a little role. They figured it would be great PR. I mean, I don't think that this has happened in the past, but I'm thinking that... I don't know if famous people, famous politicians and stuff have been anything, but there usually always isn't... In the Godzilla movies, there's usually always, some sort of, presidential, character. Or, yeah. Last thing I need is amateurs on my set. Told you before, Sean. Can't talk about people like that. I told you to shut your mouth. Guess he's none too thrilled about the idea of performing alongside non-professionals. Oh, here. What's this? Oh, wait, from yesterday. Photograph? Yeah, I just got them printed. You can keep it if you want. Wow, it's such a great picture. You brought it specifically for me. That's so kind, thank you. No, I just happen to have a spare, that's all. Hope you don't mind me asking, but can we take a look too? Sure, here. Okay, what's the picture of? So we got, so it was taken yesterday, no footprint, and certainly no body. Photo taken yesterday, and no monster footprints and no body were visible at this point. Behind the scenes photo. Okay, investigation is now complete, finally, after a good amount of time. How long did that investigation take? I know I was a bit distracted with other stuff, but let's see how much time I've spent on the case so far. We've spent an hour and 15 minutes on it, in just that one section. I think we can definitely finish the game on Sunday, if I have enough time. Otherwise, it might be a short stream on Tuesday, when I do it, because we have other games in between. We have Rivals, and... I've got Rivals, and I've got, Rivals, and I have, Persona 5. So he was killed by... Yes, by a falling Torosaurus head. At least that seems the most likely explanation for now. Came down right on top of him, huh? No, Lang is... Okay, Lang is back with the police. And some suits. Well, they took their time, but here they are. Police, bodyguards, the whole gang. Mr. President! Oh, okay. It's a little late for that, don't you think? Curses, who did this? Whoever it was made a big mistake. But I promise you this. They'll pay. I'm on their trail already. What? What do you mean? Our president may have been murdered, but that doesn't mean our extraterritoriality doesn't... Extraterritoriality applies. It's that word again. The local police have jurisdiction. Luckily, I know the right people to talk to. And I just got myself second into the case. Lowly one-man outfit or not, I'll be working this one. Sounds like you already have an idea of whether you'd like to focus your inquiries. More than that, I've already caught scent of my prey. Take a look at this. It's a printout from a security camera on the viewing platform at the top of the big building. Oh, there's Lang and Gavel. It's pointed at the elevator that leads onto the roof, so it records everybody who goes up there. In this particular case, it records the president and his murderer, clear as day. What was Judge Gavel doing there? You're saying he suspects her of the murder. Mr. Edgeworth, I entrust my offering to the goddess to you.
so that you may use it to call her final judgment unto Excelsior's winner. But murder goes against everything she believes in. Security camera footage shows President Wang and Judge Gavelle in front of the elevator on the roof of the big building. Yes, indeed-a-do. It's weird, but I don't think she's done it because, well, there's no, like, proof in terms of, like, what's actually happening with a bunch of stuff like this. So, yeah. Agent Lang, perhaps you could explain your thinking on the matter a little further. I heard a rumor while I was over at the big building. It was about you, Edgeworth. You're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? Oh no. Which means you don't have jurisdiction here. But you might want to cross-examine me while I explain my thinking? Why would I agree to that? Curses, like he knows.
Hey, don't be like that. You were the one who was just talking about being a lonely one-man outfit.
You know what? Maybe it should be you explaining your thinking to me. How come even though you're not a prosecutor, you're still sticking your nose into this case? It's a valid question. Why am I still here? Perhaps I can clarify that with a question of my own, Agent Lang. Why are you so desperate to catch the person who murdered President Wang? Because above all else, you're an investigator, correct? Desperate to catch a certain somebody myself. Person who orchestrated a murder at the big building yesterday. Person who put Kay's freedom in jeopardy. Who put her in grave danger. The person is out there somewhere, right now, lurking in the shadows, laughing. Till I uncover the truth and make that person pay. Doesn't matter if I'm a prosecutor anymore. I'll keep fighting. Find the truth, and don't give up, until you do. That's a rule I live by. Yep. Should probably, like, turn the light on as well, because it is starting to get dark in here. You may have the look of a smart guy, but you're a fool just like the rest of us. A fool? How dare you? That was just what I needed to hear. Fine, you're in. I've lost my minions and you've lost your fancy title. But it seems neither of us is prepared to give up on this investigation. Now, seeing as we're both so stubborn, how about we go head to head and flash out the details? Be honored. Be warned. I won't be going easy on you. I have an assassin to catch. Not even you're going to get in the way of that. Of course, I would expect no less. Let me show you the truth I tore from this case with my bare fangs. Why I suspect Gambit. I like the, for a second I was like, why is this the setting? And it's like, oh, it's the setting because it's, we're in the building site right now. Alright, so this judge friend of yours met the president up on the roof. Then she pushed him, and he landed right here. This'll happen the night before last. People had all been cleared from the viewing platform, so it was just the two of them up here. And that pretty much sums it up, no doubt about it. She killed the president. They were there completely alone? No bodyguards? None, I checked. The security detail had no idea he went up there. Must have gone in secret. Maybe it was a conversation they didn't want anybody to hear. But what kind of conversation? How were the two of them even connected? Seems the president spoke to the owner of the building ahead of time. He had him set aside the viewing platform just for the two of them. And it was the president who was asking. I guess the guy wasn't about to refuse.
The last person to see the president alive really could have been...
Yep, Gavelle. Did you say her name was her? This argument certainly isn't completely without merit, but I noticed at least one glaring hole in his reasoning. That's where I'll need to focus my counterattack. Alright, I think we can press anything here. I think we're fine. I also am going to turn the light on because it's, getting dark. Yep, I can sense this one. So we just press stuff. Alright. Gonna turn the light on and close the curtains because it is getting a little bit dark at the moment. And, I mean, we are getting closer to finishing. I don't think Alison will be home early today. Wait, is this actually happening? Is this real? Oh, this is actually happening. I don't know how that's gonna happen. I don't know how many people are... Apparently we're getting Mike Tyson versus Floyd Mayweather. I don't know how that's gonna be. Aren't they like two different weight classes? I don't know about that, like... Unless he means Floyd Mayweather, like Floyd Mayweather... Actually, no, I don't even think they would do that, because Floyd Mayweather's father is way older than Tyson, so they're not gonna do that. No way are they doing that fight. I don't know how that would even work, to be honest. Like, aren't they different weight classes? Pretty certain they're different weight classes. Pretty certain Tyson's heavyweight, and then, like, Mayweather... Floyd Mayweather Jr. or whatever, you know, Money Mayweather. I'm pretty sure he's, like, light heavyweight or something like that. He's definitely not heavyweight. He's definitely not heavyweight. Because Manny Pacquiao and all that stuff, they aren't heavyweight either. I don't know if that's going to happen. They said that there was going to be a fight next year between the two, so unless they do an exhibition where there's, like, no thing, it's like, it doesn't make any sense why, like, they would do that match outside of an exhibition, and, like, is anyone even taking that fight seriously? And then when you look at it as well, it's like Mayweather's going to win, right? Because Mayweather beat Conor McGregor, Mayweather beat Logan Paul, and then didn't like Jake Paul lose to... Didn't Jake Paul lose... no, Jake Paul beat Tyson, I think. I think that was who won. I don't remember exactly, but... Pretty sure that Jake Paul beat Mike Tyson, or at least they think. So it's like, why if Mike Tyson lost to someone that, you know, if Mike Tyson lost to Jake Paul, who then lost to, you know, who probably would have lost to, you know, whose brother lost to Mayweather, it's like I cannot see Mike Tyson beating Floyd Mayweather in a fight. If you're talking about it and considering they're two separate weight classes. And I also don't know how that would even work, because a loss is a loss. Even if it's an exhibition match, a loss is a loss. You've got to remember that. Mayweather's whole career is built based on his undefeated streak, which is why he picks and chooses all those matches. Like, if he wasn't picking and choosing all those matches, it would be a different story. It would be a completely different story. And so he would not want to risk losing things. It's like, I don't think that he would fight. I don't think he would want to fight Tyson. Like, either Tyson's coming down in weight or Mayweather is going up in weight. And I don't see either of those things happening. Because I think that if Mayweather goes up in weight, I feel like he would have a harder time potentially because he's not used to fighting in that class. And if Tyson drops down, I feel like that would take away from some of his thing, especially since he's older as well. Alright, we can press all of these. How can you say for certain that the two really met? So plans to come in swinging, huh? I've seen worse approaches. Dominate the battlefield, counter your opponent's every move. It's a tried and tested strategy. Not what I was intending at all. This battle has barely even begun, Mr. Prosecutor, so shut up and buckle up.
Hold it!
Right before last, how can you be so sure of that? You're not sure? Take another look. Take as many as you need. This picture is from the camera up on the viewing platform, like I said. And the camera doesn't lie, that's from 2 nights ago. You have a picture of them both entering the rooftop area. But nothing from after that point, I assume. No, there's only one camera, and it's pointed at the elevator. Can't see the viewing platform itself. Still. This is when the murder happened, I'm sure of it. If the president really was, killed 2 nights ago, then his body would have been here in the lot this whole time. Take a little moment there, Prosecutor. We'll see, but I'm not done explaining. Not even close. It's entirely possible somebody else was up there, surely. Yeah, what about the cotton candy stand? Owner of the building received a request from the president himself to clear the area. He knew there'd be serious trouble if he messed up, so he went to work as quick as he could. They cleared everybody out, and I mean everybody, including your stupid cotton candy seller. Stupid? That's mean. Still, it wasn't enough. If it had been, the president would have been lying there. Wouldn't have been lying there now.
Hold it.
No doubt about it. Are you certain of that? Of course I am. The place, the time, everything points to the woman in the picture. Place and time? Interesting. Agent Ling seems to believe that the president wound up in a certain place at a certain time, and yet... Yes, I think I'm starting to see the problem here. There's at least one major point he's overlooking. That's where I'll need to focus my counterattack. Okay, so now we do the next little part. Second statement, behind the scenes thing, then the locks, and then... Shilong Lang, former star agent of Interpol. How the mighty have fallen. Take a look at this photo. So take a look at this picture. It's a behind the scenes shot of some of the cast and crew. Look at their smiles. Well, maybe not Sean's, but you know what I mean. It was taken only yesterday. Judge Cavell really did kill President Lang the night before last. The body would have been clearly visible in the background of this picture. Perhaps you should have taken a little more time to speak with those involved. After all, thorough witness interviews form the basis of any good investigation, as you should know. I don't think I've seen you ever so happy, Mr. Edgeworth. You really do love backing your opponent to a corner, huh? Fine, you got me. Must say, it's been a while, I almost missed it. Perhaps if you tried to stay a little calmer while conducting your investigations in the future. Don't push your luck, Edgeworth. Like she says, the righteous anger of a wolf lasts 100 years. Won't be calming down anytime soon. Not until we caught the president's killer. Same thing, we all do nonetheless. But he appeared last night, we have to accept that now. There's one other thing you'll need to accept. The president didn't die from a fall. That's right, he was crushed by the falling head of a giant monster. Incident occurred here on the movie set, not at the top of the big building. Says you, but that's just your theory. Not about to give up my own because of it. But it literally can't have happened the night before last. You just proved that with this picture. Did you? What if... What if you think Cavell pushed the president off of the big building the night before last? We came down here to the movie set and hid the body somewhere. Where? There's all kinds of stuff down here. Costumes, equipment, you could hide it anywhere. And then come back a day later, last night in other words, and take it again. We just need to check the lot for trace evidence. We'll soon find where she puts it. There won't be any need for that. This piece of evidence proves that Josh Cavell can't have hidden the body. We have the... we used the... We already did the behind-the-scenes photo, didn't we? So it was, yeah, it was the locks, because the locks being... Yeah, that's right, the locks. The locks were the locks could only be used to, sorry. The locks could only be opened by cast and crew, so how was she able to get in there? That's basically that's basically the way to explain it. I think that's from what I remember. Then we'll figure it out from there. Then we get another segment of stuff, because they for some reason it's not mentioning here about the there was something that we had with evidence that mentioned that the locks... I'm surprised that they didn't get added to this. One of the characters did mention specifically that the locks can only be opened by cast and crew. So I'm surprised that that wasn't mentioned here. This still doesn't... this still doesn't take away that they could have just broken the chain, but both entrances to this were locked. To this lock were locked. We already know that the chain on the side was cut only last night. Judge Cavell had no way of getting in here to hide the body that night before last. The murder has to have happened 2 nights ago. Why are you so set on believing that? Because he sounds like he just wants to convict someone? That's what it sounds like to me. I think he just wants to get to the bottom of the, I think that's what he wants to do. I think he just wants to get to the bottom of the, I think he just wants to get to the bottom of the case. That's probably what it is. I think he just wants to get to the bottom of the, case. That's probably what it is. It just sounds like he wants to solve it. If you remember, that picture was a printout from a video, and there was more. This footage from a few dozen minutes after your friend went up on the roof with the president. Shows her heading back into the elevator, alone. You know what, there's no footage of the president himself leaving that roof. There's no other way he could have gotten down from the top of the building that high. Unless he was pushed by Gavel. So the president was never observed returning from the viewing platform. Yeah, the camera was pointed at the elevator door the whole time. If anybody else had come up and down, would have been on that tape. In other words, the presence of the camera ensured that nobody could have left unnoticed. See. It's not good news for Judge Gavel. Okay, so that's been updated now. Good. Updated, stuff.
Catching from a rooftop hundreds of feet in the air. Yeah, that's a tricky one, alright. Indeed, even the other Gavas can't actually fly. Oh, not yet anyway. Just need a little more practice.
Please don't tell me you think you can learn. Alright. We can press all these statements.
Hold it.
2 dozen minutes. It's awfully vague. So, time doesn't matter. Not anymore, anyway. What matters is what she did after that. And what was that exactly? Perhaps you'd care to elaborate. Oh, I mean to, believe me.
Hold it.
So she was alone when she went back down in the elevator, you sure of that? I'm certain, like I said, there's footage from a little while after they went up to the roof. Footage of Gavel recorded by the camera that points at the elevator door. She was getting back into the elevator, just her. I saw it with my own eyes. Seems almost certain that Judge Gavel did indeed get back into the elevator alone. That he'd be so sure of himself otherwise.
So weird, right? Completely alone. Not even her pal, the Goddess of Justice, was there.
Who's that Pokemon?
That the presence of an invisible entity would have swung things either way.
Fair. Poor Goddess of Justice. I should light a candle for her and say a little prayer.
You could return to the matter at hand, Agent Lang. You don't think there's any possibility the President could have been taking the elevator at some later point? No, I considered it, but...
Hold
Just to be thorough, the camera has no blind spots and it was functioning normally. Trying to say I'd overlook stuff like that? What do you think I am? Forgive me, as I said, I was just being thorough. Simply my blame. Whatever, the footage was clean, okay? There's no doubt about it. The president came up in that elevator. And he never went back down. Understood. I may question your testimony or refrain from questioning your methods any further. Do what you want. They're both rock solid.
Hold it!
What if there was another way he could have gotten down? Just 50 stories up, don't be ridiculous. Elevator was the only way down, it's that simple. I'm gonna take my theory apart, you need some sharper tools than this. There really have been no other way of leaving the viewing platform? Well, Mr. Prosecutor, you're better convinced. There's no other way the president came to be lying here.
Hold it!
I think it's a little too soon to be saying that for certain. Struggle all you like, you won't escape me, but things will close around you in the end. Things aren't escapable, and neither was that rooftop. I'll escape one by showing you how the president escaped the other. This great faith loves more than a breakout. You took a good game, Mr. Prosecutor. Now why don't you put your money where your mouth is? Escape away if you can. So the camera means no one could have gone unnoticed. Or does it? Was falling really the only other way he could have left that rooftop? Alright, so this is now where we press the next parts. Keep going fourth statements, and then that's that part finished. That part's also just talking for now, so we're not going to finish this case today, but we might get into the next section. We have about 10 minutes or so before I would thing, so let's just see. We're not going to get the other trophy today, though. I don't think though. Actually, there was another way. Apart from the elevator, what do you mean? You're about to tell me you're not about to tell me you flew. I didn't need to, it was much simpler than that. Assuming the president knew what we knew, of course. Now that the big building has a hidden 51st floor, right? Yeah, right. That's right, a hidden floor. With a hidden entrance on the rooftop. If he left that way, he wouldn't have needed to ride the elevator. You said it was hidden, right? That it was a secret. How would the president even know about that? It's an interesting question, one I don't have a theory to answer just yet. For now, this is just a theory. So what are you talking about exactly? What is this hidden floor of yours? Sounds like the kind of place your little ninja friend would happily spend time in. I hate it there. Don't make me go back. Fortunately, case memories of it are far from happy, yeah. In the previous case. Secret storeroom up there when they were kept the lots from their auction. Whole sort of scheme was uncovered just yesterday. Underground auction? What the heck are you trying to say? That President Wang was involved somehow? Don't have any proof, but I certainly think it's a possibility. Based on what we've seen of him, seems totally the type. Oh, right, he turned to the wolf. He'd never do that, not the president. Legal underground auctions? No, he'd have nothing to do with it, nothing. Never mind, I think I'll listen this one. It's got an end to him. You were feeling lucky. So when people start saying stuff like that, I start biting. I might end the stream now, actually, because I guess we'll see. She ran away. You know nothing, neither of you. You have no idea how much the people love him, how well respected he is. Guess we know what lurks behind that seemingly respectable public face. Bit of Shangfa clearly don't. Wonder if I should tell him the truth about his beloved president. What good would it do? It only upset him more. Forgive me, Agent Lang. Didn't mean to upset you. Spoke out of turn, both of us. I can only apologize. Apology accepted and reciprocated. Sorry I'm carried away. It's alright, Kay. You can come out now. I might end up stopping stream now at the moment, because I mean, it's like, it's been nearly 6 hours. And also, like, they give me time to upload the next video. I guess we'll just wait and see. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to think if I should probably. I probably should. Because this will be like near the end of the first part. Yeah, because what would we be doing? We would, yeah. This would be the end of the beginning part, and then we have just whatever is left afterwards. Would probably be right, I think. Yeah, we might just stop stream now, and then come back, because that means I'll have a better chance of getting the video uploaded, maybe. Yeah, that's basically everything finished, I think. Yeah, so we did... Hello. Came home just in time.
Oh, are you finishing?
Yes.
Oh. I've got my ramen.
Oh,
my
yes.
takoyaki.
Yes.
Yes, and I'm a VIP at the
Oh,
coffee
you
club.
got your dinner at the VIP.
Yeah, I'm a VIP at the coffee club.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, so, in terms of progression, today, we ended up, basically finishing the fourth case. and then getting some good progression towards the 5th one. I don't think we'll be able to finish it on Sunday, because Sunday will be a shorter stream, potentially, and that will mean that Tuesday will probably be wrapping up the rest of the cases, I think. Obviously, like, graphic-wise, nothing really changed in the 4th case. The 5th case feels like it's the same sort of thing. And yeah. 5th case, the only stuff that's changed was we saw the outside of the area, and then we saw the the film studio sort of section thingy.
One quick question. Since you streamed today, because I'm assuming you'll need some time to upload, I don't know if you'll be streaming tomorrow or Sunday.
Oh, you don't. Well, I'll let you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm free for any time, any Saturday.
Also,
Sunday.
keep an eye on your actual thing. It looks like it's broken.
Which this?
Yeah.
They cut a thing.
Oh.
Yeah, those ones are cut.
Oh right.
It's because just to get rid of the steam.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it had actually broken.
Oh no, those ones are intentionally cut.
Yeah.
Just to stop the steam from, like, the steam's still in there, but most of the steam will come out.
Yeah. It'll be one of the weekend days, I'm
Yeah,
assuming. It'll
I'm
probably-
happy with whichever day.
Yeah. Okay.
Just keep me posted. Put some sticky notes on me to be like, Saturday, Sunday.
So yeah, in terms of progressing, well, I've already talked about that. Music didn't really change a whole bunch. We didn't get any new gameplay mechanics. I'm fairly certain we're not going to get any more. Obviously, like, a bunch of things happen in terms of character and story stuff, which we'll go through at the moment. While I'm here doing this, I may as well, because why not? Basically, not a lot happened in terms of the final part of the last case, in terms of what we still had left to do. It was honestly just, a lot of the stuff where we just, basically figured out that the raincoat had a blood stain on the hood, and we were trying to figure out who the ringleader was, and basically we figured out that like we reminded Kay of who she was by showing the Gavasu pin. She remembered who she was, and then she started remembering the plushie stuff. Then we found a recording in the plushie, and then Lotta confirmed that the recordings was what she'd heard. Gavel ended up basically, it looked like she was about to finish the case, and then she turned it around and said that she suspects Excelsius, and that was like a big turn of events there. That it was almost like she set him up, and she also made it sound like that she had always been doing this. We didn't have a whole lot of evidence on him at the time. Then we ended up having to, like, figure out who was in the coat, and we ended up figuring that out via Hertz, and that's when we basically found out that the nurse was a co-conspirator at force by, they were basically forced into being a co-conspirator by Excelsius. And then a whole bunch of the stuff with the disguising and where they were able to hide and where they were able to, and then basically what happened with Kay's trip. that she started out in one area, and then she went to another area, and then that was when she found the body, and then she tripped and fell, and then had that other stuff there, and then they basically all got hid in the one area. And then Francisca came around and basically said, oh no, by the way, we do have enough information to be able to do some stuff, and we couldn't find the auctioneer's hammer, but we have basically said that that was the weapon that caused the problems to occur. And that was when we started having to tie it into IS-7. And the stuff with the burn mark, how Excelsius knew about the burn mark, but Ringer always wore gloves, so how did he know about the burn mark? And that was when it was revealed about how the murderer happened to have a burn mark as well. And of course, naturally, because his son stuff a bunch of times, he started making fun of his son and saying, oh, like, I paid all your teachers off to score you highly, and he ran away. And then we figured out that the wig was actually the beard. You were right. You were right, Alyson. You were correct. You were correct.
I was correct.
Yes, the guy's beard set on fire, and then that was a wig.
Oh, it was a wig?
Yeah.
Oh, I was, yeah.
And then, but yeah, so basically, Excelsius was basically like, Corrupt is the chief prosecutor, Corrupt is the thing. He was basically involved with the IS-7 incident. He was the one that was in charge with the lead detective doing stuff. He was the one that gave Von Karma the bad mark, and the forgery and everything that related to there. And then during that time, pretty much, he was doing illegal auctions of evidence and using his power as the chairman of the committee to get all these things. He used the 51st floor to be able to go and do a bunch of stuff. And then, like, Rosie was also was trying to expose him for it, and basically snuck through, and once her identity was figured out, basically he got tipped off and attacked her with the hammer, and basically used Needler to get blackmailed Needler into pretend helping him out and cooperating with all the plan, and disguising herself as the people, and we still don't know. That's the other thing as well. We still don't know who kidnapped Faye and took her from Gold Lake, but somehow that led her to this area where that ended up happening, and basically that's when she was getting the stuff confused. And basically, like, they just decided to frame Kay with that, and once Rosie was found, and Hertz did the autopsy, and all that other stuff that happened. So, basically, Kay got her memories back, Excelsius got arrested, and the nurse got off, not got off, she will get off probably because of the stuff that happened with thing, I guess, is the best way to put it. She got off because of the thing. Well, she didn't get off, sorry, but they also mentioned about Francisca eventually is trying to find the truth. They mentioned that Gavel is leaving to preside over the trial for Fifi Lagarde, who was the second murderer. Ringer was supposed to defend Lagarde, but obviously, and Yusuf was supposed to be the prosecutor, but because they're both gone, they've had to be replaced. It's uncertain about what's going to happen with our badge, because we handed it in. We gave her the promise notebook back, and then we had like a few things about the stuff with their memories, about like how she was in 2 different places and had 2 different memories, and then we ended up getting a phone call from the transceiver, and the transceiver on the other side ended up being Shelley DeKiller, who returned after his stint in the first case of this game, and basically he wanted evidence that proves the existence of the mastermind, so we still don't know who the mastermind is, and then that now leads into the last case of the game, which again has a few things that have now returned. we haven't been introduced to a lot of the characters yet. The president's been assassinated, killed this time. I shouldn't say assassinated, he was killed. Verity's currently getting blamed for that, although we're trying to get her off of that as well. Penny from the one of the earlier cases in the games, from the I believe from the very first Ace Attorney game. She was the person who was in the samurai thing as well. She's returned. Sean Fenn, the main star of the Torosaurus and Gordy stuff. I should have mentioned that as well. Like the set pieces for that were really fun as well. Kay's obviously just back to her normal self. Lotta was only in it for a little bit at the moment. She's kind of just been taking photos and doing stuff. Lang has returned without his entourage. He's now operating on his lonesome, basically. He's operating by himself. We don't really know why. They haven't explained that as of yet, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens there. We haven't seen anything from Gumshoe or anybody else yet, so we'll just wait and see how all that goes. I get the feeling that this is probably going to take me a long time to get through, but that's why I'm thinking that Sunday we won't finish it, but we'll probably finish it on Tuesday, perhaps. Because we've only done the first part at the moment, or we've only just sort of gotten to the first part, but basically, everyone's back together. We saw at the start, like, there was a movie being made with a Torosaurus, like, Godzilla monster that's like bull, kind of thing. That's what's happening there. And then, we saw that the, president's been killed, Lang is there, and basically we've just started our main investigation. It looks like he's been stomped on by the monster. We also got to see the second Phoenix Wright cameo, along with that too. We also ended up going and connecting a few things together, and then we got to go up on top of the set, see what was going on there. There's a lot of investigating. A lot of stuff is still very early on yet, so we can't really like be sure what sort of stuff has happened at the moment. Mostly it's just like interviewing and all that other stuff, like gathering all the evidence at the moment. And then now Lane's basically just been accusing Gavel of wrongdoing, which we're obviously going to try and get Gavel off of that, which we're almost, actually almost at the end of, sorry, we did get to the end of it. Basically Lotta came back in, and then that's when we did the stuff with the autopsy stuff, and we got to interview Sean, and do all that stuff. We actually still haven't finished the first part. We've still got some more things to do, so we'll wait until we get to that point. So I don't want to spoil anything in case there's something else that appears, because I'm going to go down. But these cases will typically normally take... this one only has 5 parts compared to some of the others, but it's going to probably be a very long case in the first place, because it's usually the last cases are always very long. So I guess we'll just wait and see what happens there and hope for the best. So yeah, I don't really know what else I want to talk about at the moment, because we've already gone through all the normal stuff. We've gone through the character story. I mean, kind of went through the characters already as I went, but there's still probably going to be a lot of things that we just don't know yet. It's too early in terms of just figuring out what's going on. So we'll just worry about it when we get there and figure it out from there. So, again, obviously the rest of this week, tomorrow will hopefully be Persona 5 Strikers with Allison. If not, it'll be Sunday. Monday will be Marvel Rivals. I don't think the new characters are going to be out by Monday, but they might be. I'm not entirely sure. Tuesday through Friday hopefully will be, well, I'm thinking we could finish this game on Tuesday, potentially, or Wednesday, depending on the situation. And then we can get working on the other stuff on Thursday and Friday. Back to Princess Peach and all that other stuff as well. So yeah, with all that being said, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Every like, comment, subscription, review on this video gets me content monetization. Has a amount of content available. Has like content that become accessible to find. I upload on my past platforms, space on this tube. YouTube channel, you can find the link down below for games for the games we've played and shown thus far. All in first place. All your current games, DLC, Switch games we can enter the shop mention as well. Looking at more Plat Play Prosecutors for games, we have the Plat Trophy, as well as a switching things outside of games on the Switch, along with more Prosecutors, Nuzlocke. The Dragon Quest 11 speedrun notes are almost finished. I'm just going to edit those down a little bit more. Final Fantasy Special Master stuff is getting done as well. I upload everything onto YouTube because I have a 14-day limitation on my videos, 4 day permanently deleted, and 1 day to be as professional reference by my content to do so. And you'll also get a notification of when I go as well. Follow or subscribe to Twitch at 100 subscribers. I'll be doing a 5 2 Special Master run. I will also be doing a subathon on the 21st of September, 20th of September for everybody else, to celebrate the 1 year and the 1 year of being affiliated. We will be doing Mario Kart 8 Deluxe again with Allison, with the score and all that other stuff as usual. And of course with sub incentives, so obviously 3 subs, Pikachu Wednesday for the month, 6 subs, Pineapple Pizza redeem in chat, 100,000 channel points will make me eat Pineapple Pizza. 9 subs, favorite Pokemon tier list. I have not done one of these before, and Allison's found a really helpful website thing for that I can do that for. 12 will be a Pineapple Pizza AMA Q&A thing that I will probably make more regularly when the thing, just a short little thing to do, which we'll do that ahead of time. 15 subs, Discord Movie Night, 18 subs, chat picks a game within reason, of course. 21 subs will be a Smash and Pass with Allison as well. 24 subs will be karaoke stream, 27 subs will be a Nuzlocke with Allison. I'm not sure which game it will be the Nuzlocke for, but we will do a Nuzlocke playthrough of a Pokemon title. And then 30 subs will be a Pikachu onesie for the entire year, as well as all the normal speedruns and unlock as we go ahead and do those as well. So just look forward to those. Also sub badges and emotes, as well as ad reviewing, or can choose to watch the ads, get Twitch Turbo, get ad block. I greatly appreciate everyone's support today for the flows, subs, bits, looks, raid, shoutouts as always. Also channel point redemption stuff. Once we finish this game, the next game will be determined between either Like a Dream Infinite Wealth, Metal Recontagia, or Tomb Raider 3 Remastered. After, of course, we've finished Prince of Peace Showtime, as well as this game, Donkey Country Returns, Luigi Mansion 2 HD, Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, and Like a Dream, and God of War Ragnarok. I will be doing Rivals again, as I said on Monday, quick matches, competitive minigames as well. Follow me on Twitter to be notified when I go live. Wish to have me in Discord. I will send you an invite to my friends' Discord server, close to 2,000 members that are going strong, paying topics and games to discuss there as well. I'm very active there, and you'll also get a notification of when I go live as well. And finally, to know your current strength overlay that I use more future content going forward. You can find a link down below in the description for that as well. So as always, before we go and head off for tonight, let's see if there's anyone we can raid. If you have any raid requests I'd like them to make, I would gladly do so. Otherwise, we'll just use currently streaming right now and give them the raid. Let's see who is... we will raid... Yeah, well, we can raid Cryslax. They're doing some Dark Souls 3 at the moment, and they were in here earlier, so I will go ahead and do that. So thank you everyone for watching as always, and with all that being said, have a good rest of the day, not wherever you are, and I will see you all in the next stream.